So today we're talking about the internal medicines, and we can go through the book. Yes, use a book as well. So we have 11 diseases we're going to cover, and the first one is the respiratory disorders. We call common cold and flu. Especially nowadays in the winter, it's very, very, very common. So what I'm thinking for this course is I want to go through the course like we were doing through the case studies. First, I want to identify the etiology for each of this disease. So usually we have, in Chinese medicine, we talk about the external evils, the heat, the cold, the summer heat, and the wind and all this. And then the second part, the big part of the etiology, the cause of the disease and symptoms is internal emotions, right? We have all those angers and overjoy, like overthinking, grief, and even fright and all this. This can be contributing to the part of disease as well. And the third part, a big part, is lifestyle. We talked about, not especially nowadays, I think, is the diet, the exercise. Do you have a normal eating habits or like a regular go to sleep on time, stuff like that? And the other is constitution. Like, are you born with a weak constitution? Are you born with basically overactive liver, or are you born with a weak kidney? And right, so all this can contribute the cause of a disease. And the last part is the others. Could be you got an injury, external injury, you got infection, stuff like that. That's called all add up. So there's the 5 parts: the external evils, internal emotions, lifestyle, constitution, and other parts. Then the pathogenesis we talked about, it's very important when we're writing the case study, is you have to, from all this cause, you have to make a reasonable mechanisms how from this cause, using our basic TCM theories and diagnosis into leading from the cause to the symptoms. And I think when we're going through the board exam, when we're writing the case study, the second part is a lot of people fail on this part. You could be write down the pathogenesis. Like basically you have to identify the etiology. It gives you a big, usually it's like 1 page of case study. And the question to ask is, what is the etiology, or what is the cause, right? And then the second part is, what's your pathogenesis? Like, explain to me from the cause how all the symptoms comes up and how you make your conclusion of your diagnosis, right? Because then you have to use all your TCM theories or your diagnosed theories and to lead on to that, to diagnose, and you write down your diagnose. Usually it asks you have a simple Western diagnose, what do you think, or have then a Chinese term with the diagnose. Then once you have the diagnose, and you write down your treatment plan, right? And then for you, then it would require you to use acupoints. And for this, I think they ask maximum 4, 5, 6 points maximum. And you pick up your majority points and you give them the nature of the points usually. And that's it. And for herbology, then they ask you, they don't ask you to list up single herbs, but they ask you about a formula. You give a formula name and you write modified, right? And then that's how usually the whole case study finish. And in between, it would ask you simple Western medicine questions, but very, very basic, very simple ones. It can be mixed in between. So that's basically today in the course. That's the sequence I'm going to go through for each single disease. Okay, so the first one is common cold and flu. So as we know, the organs related the most is lung. As our lung, because it's a delicate organ and it distributes Qi to the surface of our body. So anything attacks our body, usually our lung get affected. And also the Taiyang channel, which is urinary bladder channels, the Fu Taiyang channel rise on runs on the back of our body, and it's the protections, young part of our body. So if you have, especially the wind cold attacks, usually, attacks on the young parts. So that's why we feel, tightness on the neck, the shoulders when you come down with the cold. So common cold, also called wind injury in TCM, is one of the frequently encountered external contracted disease caused by the invasion of wind. Its clinical manifestations are characterized by nasal obstructions, cough and aversion to cold, fever, and general lack of energy. It may occur year-round, especially in the spring. It is known as upper respiratory tract infection in Western medicine. Usually the biomedical causes we know about today for the common cold can be, just basically common cold, can be influenza. It can be upper respiratory tract infection. It can be even sometimes with acute food poison, we have that chill and the fever kind of feeling comes out. It can be sinusitis and the early stage of measles. And even sometimes the early stages encephalitis, meningitis, it all cause that kind of sensations of you have aversion to cold or aversion to wind at the same time. Sorry, those are a little bit extras I wrote down, so it's not in the note. So even have that early stage with those diseases, we have that aversion to cold, aversion to wind, and with the fever sensation. And in TCM theories, because we syndrome differentiation, even it's a different disease, but at a certain stage, if you represent with that external wind cold, external wind heat types of symptoms, then we still treat you with external wind cold, wind heat. So for the I'm gonna come right down here for the etiology. So for the etiology part for the common cold, so we talk about it's usually etiology, usually wind. As we said, that's the leader of all the external pathogens, and the wind, when it attacks the body, it combines with the cold, it combines with the heat, combines with the summer heat, and it combines with dryness. So these are all wind can combine with other external evils to attack the body. And also, this is big part, is external for the etiology. The big second part is lifestyle. So lifestyle is not like improper dressing code, like not enough layers of clothes in the winter. No, especially like young people, like no hats, no scarves, they just go out in the cold. It's usually easy. And also you got rained on, and that's another is overstrained body. You work hard, you train your body is weak, the energy is weak, and when there's external evils come in, it's very easy to attack your body. So overwork and tire your body. So that's basically the two big parts of the etiology. You're good? Can I wipe that?
Yeah, I just thought that I had heard that was a myth about the clothing and the lifestyle.
Think about sorry, why you think that's a myth?
It's just something that I've heard.
Yeah.
And I don't remember where source was from that information.
But
it's been argued that it was a myth.
Yeah, but I can see from Chinese medicine point of view is basically we run our channel, the Taiyang Taiyang channel runs, and they basically is the protection of the body, and especially if you don't wear a hat, and hat it's the combination of how the yang channel goes, and if you don't wear a hat, the wind is and the cold is very easily to attack this part of the body, and I mean when you get a really bad cold, what you feel is a lot of constrictions on the back, especially between the shoulder blades, right, and the headache. So that's we say, dress properly and stuff like that. Yeah. But I guess, works maybe not work for everybody.
Yeah, I think,
But
different people have different area.
People have weak constitution, you're easily to get cold, definitely should dress up warm, right? So this is the etiology, 2 parts, and then we're going to go through the pathogenesis, how we lead from the cause. So basically, when you're having a cold, basically means your body has the Wei Qi. And the Wei Qi has very close relationship with your lung because lung disperses the Wei Qi to the surface of the body to attack. So what happens is when you have the external evils, the ones we talked about, the wind, when it combines with cold, heat, summer heat, the dryness, it attacks your Wei Qi, attacks your lung. Or if you have if you work too hard, if you work overtime for a long period of time, you already have a weak body from overworking. This all is going to get drained on your Wei Qi, right? And also improper lifestyle we're talking about, you don't dress according to the weather and stuff like that. This all attacks on your Wei Qi. Once your Wei Qi is weak, and then what will happen is that once your Wei Qi is weak, there's no proper distribution of your Wei Qi. Your Wei Qi is trapped in the body because you have a cold on the surface. Once the trapped Wei Qi, there's no proper movement of your Wei Qi, then the trapped Wei Qi cause heat. Because anything, there's no proper stagnated qi, because the qi has a function of warming the body. Once it's stagnated, it's create that heat. So when you have a cold, you have a fever. That's where it comes from. And also, because of your Wei Qi attack, it does not contribute to the surface of your body. Let's see the surface of the skin to warm the body. So you had aversion to cold, right? And also because lung qi, we know the function for lung qi is descent. That's proper movement of lung qi still descent. Once this got affected, your lung qi does not have the proper descent anymore. Then you start to have cough. And then because the lung opens into your nose and the throat is part of the passage for your lung channel. So once the lung functions not properly, so you have, the nasal drainage and you have the sore throat, all comes out. So that's basically explained all the symptoms, basic symptoms you have from the common cold. Is this helpful?
Yeah, it's very good.
So that's basically the etiology and the pathogenesis for the cold. So now we understand the mechanism, how our bodies are affected, and to get the common cold, now we can look into our different syndrome differentiation and treatment plans. So the first one we talked about is called a wind cold. So there's a typical, there is typical symptoms, which I won't list it to you because here is not totally listed. So when you have the wind cold, so clinical features, besides, the fever and chills, and basically we distinguish the chills more predominant the fever. So you have occipital headache, and usually, is everything okay? That's good, yeah. And usually have occipital headache, and you have no sweat because the cold is so strong, it basically traps everything in. And although you have sneeze, and usually you have nasal obstructions and you cough, but when you cough, it's usually with watery mucus, which means your inside has not generated that, the trapped movement of qi hasn't created enough heat to have you have that yellow or even some greenish mucus. Then the tongue usually is normal and a thin white coating, and the pulse is floating at tight. So from the winter cold distinguish in the case study, it's basically you're looking like aversion to cold, and have a fever, no sweat, and a coating is thin and white, and pulse is floating or floating and tight. That's your basic distinguish. So what we're treating basically with acupuncture, and you can find it on your page 6. Is we use the typical, the long 7, the 列缺, right? And that's a command point for any head and neck problems. And we use the Li4, so that's basically another command point for any facial problems. And then also we use the Dadri do channel 14. That's which is all the yang channels meets on that point. So once you treat that point, even marks at that point, you disperse the cold out from your body. And then we use the fengchi, the GB20. So it's like the wind pool. So you use this pot to disperse, pull the wind out from you, right? And if you have a nasal congestions, then you can use the inshan, the ones next to your nasal. That's basically for the wind cold. And for wind cold, we talked about a formula. That is for whoever is practicing herbs. We talk about is 金防百毒散. So this herbs basically has a if you look at the list of other herbs, you can look like basically a theory is when it's using a lot of herbs for warming and has the dispersing property. So it's disperse out the wind cold out from your body. And also it adds the xingren, it adds the and the qianhu, and also those zhishi. All those are descending. So when you have a coughing, it descends the lung qi to prevent you to cough. So the treatment theory behind the formula here is first use warm and dispersing herbs to disperse that wind cold. And also you're using herbs with descending functions to stop the coughing. And also, as we know, the jiegen, the grandiflora, it's very good for your throat. So use that herbs as well, can help you to stop coughing. And there's some kind of sort of modifications for herbs. So if you have a severe aversion to cold and there's no sweat, usually we said we add on the ma huang, we add on a fidral. But because it's prohibited in Canada nowadays, so you have to use other herbs such as changhuo. Yeah, that's when we're not allowed to use the amphidrall in the raw herbs. Yeah. So we have to use like other herbs like changhuo, duhuo, this kind of like very warming herbs to disperse the cold. If you have dampness, so when we talked about when we have dampness, the quality is heavy, right? So usually if your body have dampness, it's really feel heavy.
Question?
Yes, please.
Chrysanthemum, have you heard about using that for cold?
Yes, but chrysanthemum we usually use for the wind heat.
Okay.
Yeah, so but that because that herbs is usually more cooling. Yeah. And then now because you're having a wind cold, so you want to use warm. And this one, ginger would be good. Ginger would be like make a ginger tea, and it would be very good for this. So if you have dampness and have a headache, then you can use the baizhi, which is the angelica, and you can use the changhuo, which is noto perigi. I think you can find all the English parts on the on their class notes. So if you have the stuffy nose, and we have Cang'erzi and Xingyi, those are two herbs grouped, which is very good for any nasal congestions. So if you have problems with if you feel the pulse is really deep and weak, not everybody has a cold, has a floating, especially your constitution is weak or they already has a chronic sign of disease and got attacked by wind cold, usually their pulse is very deep. So in this case, you want to add sometimes of the ginseng, a small amount of ginseng to help them to build that the qi energy so they can fight back off the cold. In the acupuncture, in this case, then you want to have some tonified points, such as stomach 36. You can use like Ren 6, right? The qi hai, the sea of the qi, to help them build up that energy level so the body be able to fight off the wind cold and push the wind cold out to the surface and release it. So that's the first type. And the second type we talk about is the wind heat. So wind heat is not the typical type in our common cold. So this one you can find at page. Are you okay? We'll just go through the book. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we can find at page 6 is the list of the acupoints we can use. On page 11, basically you can find all the herb formulas. Okay, so when we have the wind heat, the clinical features is acute fever with mild chills or no chills, sore, dry, or scratchy throat, mild sweating, headache, thirst, cough with thick or sticky yellow mucus, nasal obstruction or nasal discharge, which is thick and yellow or sometimes even green. The tongue coating is red tip with a thin yellow coating, and the pulse is float and rapid. So in order to distinguish, one is wind cold and one is wind heat. Okay, so usually wind cold is you have more aversion to cold and no sweat. With wind heat, because it's already wind combines with the heat, so you have basically has more fever and sweat. That's basically. And for wind cold, we said the cold attacks on the food taiyang, the bladder channel. So basically, you would usually have tight occipital, or you have occipital pain. And we said the heat usually attacks the orifices, the nose, the throat. And here, the distinguisher, you have sometimes itchy or sore throat. And that's usually is very, when the patients come in, you're not sure, you ask them, do you have sore throat or do you have, usually do you have, if they complain to you, you have sore throat, it's more preferable to the wind heat part. And looking at the tongue coating, we talked about that here, the tongue coating is pale, it's white, thin white tongue coating, which means there's no heat in the body, right? But here you look at the tongue coating, it's already yellow, thin yellow. So you automatically you're thinking there's a heat buildup, so it's heat type. And for the pulse, here is floating and tight because cold contracts. So your pulse is tight, and here is as the floating can be fast because it's a heat type. So that's how generally you distinguish these two. And so once we have that, then let's look at the acupoints we can use to treat the wind cold. So basically, we have our principal points. We have the 列缺. We have on page 6, we have 合谷, we have 大椎, and we have 风池. But wind combines with the wind heat, there's a lot of heat in the body. So besides disperse the wind out, we have to think about, we have to clear that heat out from the body, right? So now we add on the 大椎, the Du14, that's the yang channel. In this case, instead of like a wind cold, you moxie it. Here you basically want a needle, or even some have a little bleeding if they have too much heat bleeding on it. And then you have the you add on the 曲池 Li11, the runs around the elbow, that's major heat clearing point. And you can add on the Lung 5. It's also a Hesi point in Lung channel. But because the Hesi point, it has the water, it's in 5 elements, it's the water element, so it cools. It clears the heat, it cools the body. So that's the two major two major points you added on for clear the wind heat. So if you have a severe patients come with really swollen throats and stuff like that, and you can bleed on the Shaoshan, right? The lung 11. You can bleed on that, even needle on that, bleed on it, squeeze out some. It can really fast relief on the throat, sore throat. And sometimes really you can do the urgent, the extra point to bleed as well. That can clear the heat, especially have really bad like swollen sore throat. Okay, so we add on this. Yeah, that's for the wind heat. So the third type on our book, we talked about exterior cold and interior heat type. That you can look at the acupoints on page 6 and where the herbs is on 12. So we go back to talk about the wind heat for the herbs is in Chaosan. This is the Jingyinghua and Lianqiao. Those are basically the main two most common used combination to clear the wind heat out from the body. So in this formula, you added Logan, and you added Logan to cool because it's the heat clearing herbs. 淡竹叶, the same thing, heat clearing herbs. You add these two herbs to clear the heat, but at the same time, Logan is adding more moist, add water, so clear the heat, but add the fluid in your body because now you're attacked with the wind heat. Your symptoms already have dry, itchy throat, so you want to address that. For the 淡竹叶, it goes not only clearing heat, but it drains the heat through the urination. So besides you expel the wind heat out from the surface of your body, also you drain the heat through the urination as well. And we have the Jigen and we have Niupanzi. Those two not only cooling, but they are also very benefits for our throat, right? We have Jingjie is a neutral kind. It's under the category of exterior releasing herbs, but because it's very neutral, so it combines with the Bohe, Jingyinghua, Lianqiao, so it's strengthening the function of the releasing the exterior heat. Okay, so if you have a lot of headaches, we said we add manjins, we add the mulberry tree leaves, and we add the chrysanthemum. That's in this case, it's very useful. And if you cough with a lot of phlegm, then you add on the zhebeimu, and you add on the angualo. If you have itchy, like swollen throat, and you add on the 玄参和山豆根、大青叶。That's basically, and if you feel like really dry, as the patient said, they need to drink water all the time. There's no phlegm coughing out, everything. They just feel the phlegm is stick inside of your chest. And then in this case, you add on the 天花粉, you add 沙参、玉竹, all these kind of herbs to nourish the yin, to help them to cough out the phlegm. Okay, so but in this case, if you really have like that dryness, then you can add a little like kidney 3, right? It's the point on the kidney channel usually adds on the nourished yin. So you want to give them a little bit in, generate that fluid and help them to, clear that heat. It's almost like if something's stuck in the bottle of the neck of the bottle, so you can't squeeze out. If you add a little bit water, it's easier to help to clean. The same thing in our body. It's like the same mechanism. Besides clear the heat out, and you add a little fluid to help the body to fix it. So the next one we'll talk about is the exterior cold and interior heat. So, but basically the symptoms it has, this one is high fever with severe chills. So this is your body is fighting hard. It's already have a trapped Wei Qi is trying to fight off, get rid of the cold. But because usually this type of patients, you already body, before you catch the cold, you already have some residual heat toxins accumulate. So the moment your normal Qi flow get affected, you have such generated heat inside of your body. So you have severe fever, severe chills. You have loud cough with a sticky yellow mucus. There's no sweating because the cold, external cold, wind cold is also strong. It traps the Qi. There's no sweating. You basically have a general muscle aches because cold contracts. So your muscle now is the Qi is contract. Your muscle is contract. You have nasal obstruction, and you have occipital headache, and you have strong thirst with the desire for cold liquids, sore throat, irritability and restlessness, and dry stools or constipation. So in this we're breaking down with external cold. You have this strong external cold. So you had that really aversion to cold, and you have no sweat, right? And you have general muscle pain. All those are contributes to the external cold. And with internal heat, right? You have that high fever, you have that really strong thirst, and you could have constipation, and you could have really swollen red throat. And all these are due to the external heat. So your tongue coating can be because there's a heat inside. So your tongue coating, usually it's a red tongue, even if it's not the red whole tongue, usually the tip or the sides are very red. And your coating can be white or thin yellow. Okay, and the pulse usually is floating, can be floating rapid because you have that heat adds on. And for the symptoms, let's look at page 6. Besides our general, the principal points, for this we usually add on, we can add on again Li4 and Hegu. It's that the commanding points for the face to clear any of the throat pain, stuff like that. We can add Lung 5 to clear the heat. And if throat is itchy, again, we can go back to Lung 11 and to prick to bleed or the urgent. And with a lot of internal heat, and then we can use Yuji as well. This is Lung 10 right here. This is also very common use points to clear the sore throat. And we also can use Sanjiao 2, the Yemen. So the Sanjiao channel, because we know the Sanjiao channel passes through the side of the body. So if you have a swollen throat and, sometimes even have infections in the ears, the Yemen is usually, Sanjiao 2 is very helpful. With the herbology, we talked about this one is a typical herbs we create. It's called Ma Xing Shigantan, the Ma Huan, apricot seed, gypsum, and we have the Gancao licorice. So that's the main 4 herbs for this. And so for use Ma Huan, the ephedrol, we said we can't use it anymore, so we have to replace it with a changhua, with a duhua, any of those wind expelling herbs we can use, and the channel they go into is the Fu Taiyang channel you can use to expel that wind cold. And also at the same time, then you use the gypsum. Gypsum is very cold herbs, so you use gypsum to clear that heat. And here you have the apricot seed, and apricot seed benefits the lung. It goes to the lung and it descends the lung just to help you to stop coughing. And then you have the licorice. So you have licorice. It's basically with the licorice, it's harmonize all the herbs together, right? And you can for severe wind cold, then you can add on some more wind expelling warm expressing herbs like the zisuye. For you have a severe sore throat, you can add on the batmangan, which is also shenshen, which are herbs target on your throat. And if you usually the heat, you have so much heat trapped in your body, usually you have constipation. We talk about in the theories of Chinese medicine, we say if you have external symptoms, usually you don't use purging. But in this case, you have so much heat trapped in you. You want help to promote that bowel movement to get the heat toxins out the body. So this time you can use that one to help help with the bowel movement to relieve the constipation. If you already the heat goes in not the yin level and also go to the blood level, we talked about you have already affect your mental abilities. It's on page 12. Affecting your mental abilities, then you want to add the buffalo horns. You want to add the bamboo leaves. You want to add on the champu, all those herbs to go into your heart channel to clear the heat from the heart, so it's not affecting your the empire organ in your body. So in this case, if the patient has constipations, right, with that severe heat in acupuncture, we can use stomach 25 to help with the bowel movement. We can use, let's see, Sanjiao 6, the Zhigo, as a very good point to help with the constipation. And if it's already affecting the mental, they already have how do you say that? They already have a feel restless, and sometimes they're really emotional and really get aggressive, irritated. In this case, you want to use the Neiguan, the PC6. You can use the Shenmen, Heart 7, all this heart and pericardium channel to calm them, to release that heat, to calm them down. The fourth we have is accommodate with the dampness. So the symptoms with the dampness, again, we talked about the dampness is because the body is with a lot of dampness, it's heavy, right? So besides all the symptoms you have with the common cold, then usually is heaviness in the body. You have nausea and vomiting because dampness is we talked about the spleen hates dampness. So when you have dampness comes in from external, the evil usually attacks the organ. So when you attack the spleen, you got nauseous, you could get diarrhea, right? People usually say, I just feel my head is wrapped by a towel. It's like so heavy, and it's very foggy. I can't think clearly, and a lack of energy. And then you have concentrated urine. You could have very yellow urines, and could have a sore throat, right? And in general, because it's dampness, and usually if you have a fever, usually it's in the afternoon when you have that fever. And your tongue coating, it's very important to distinguish with the dampness. Your coating would be thick. It could be white thick or yellow thick, but you have a thick coating. And then your paws can be soggy, like the soft and soggy. That's usually a typical paws for dampness as well. So for this, with acupuncture treatment, besides our principal treatments, and we have to think about dispersing and get rid of the dampness. Usually we use spleen 9, the Yingling Chuan. That's a very good point to clear the dampness, and we can. If we are with high fever, again, we add on Du14. With the nauseous, we can use PC6 as well, right? Because this is the commanding points for all the problems you can have on your chest and your stomach is PC6. And also, if you have diarrhea, you can use the stomach 25 as well. It's a front move point of the large intestine. And that's basically is what we are adding and modifying our treatment based on the symptoms using a acupuncture. And also you can use the Zhongwan, the Ren 12, right? It's very good for promote the digestion, stop nausea, and the stomach 36. Anything related to digestion, you can use that point. And for this, we use the herbs. We are going through the herbs on. tension, dampness. So use herbs. We use 香如饮. This 新家香如饮. This is not listed on our books, but basically these herbs you have 淡晒, it's the descending the dampness, the phlegm. You have 厚朴 is a pungent herbs to get rid of the dampness, move the middle jiao qi, and you have 山栀子, you have 黄连. This kind of cooling herbs also dry the dampness, and then you have 淡豆豉. That herbs is kind of warming and dispersing herbs to help you with the get rid of the heat trapped in the body. And you have 芦甘, which is a cooling herb, and also add fluids into your body. So that's the part, the 暑湿感冒. And then we have the next one is the 体虚感冒. So we have the points, acupoints on page 6. And what we have the herbs not on. Interesting. Okay, so let's go through this. Let's go through the 体虚感冒. The fifth is the 家暑, 新家香如 we talk about. So we have is again, if you're attacked by the summer heat, the summer heat we says usually is at the end of the summer. The specific period of time belongs to the earth elements and the spring earth element. So and its symptoms is very similar to when you have a cold with the dampness. So they basically use very similar treatment acupuncture besides you asked on UB40, because that's a specific point we second treat summer heat. When you have a sunstroke and stuff like that, it's very helpful. And basically you using the same herbology. So the sixth one is the 阳虚感冒, 体虚感冒. So we have the symptoms is acupuncture is on page 6. So the symptoms. This is also a very typical, which we come across in the clinic quite often as well nowadays, is patients come in with have strong chills and fever and mild feverish, a chronic aversion to cold. So this is, I think, is a distinguish for us with this kind of weak constitution is because they have a chronic aversion to cold, or they have very easy to catch cold. Basically indicates you have a weak yang qi, you have a weak wei qi to defend your body, so you got sick quite often. And they also have very soft voice. Basically come in, they have no energy.
Is that on the notes in here though, or is that your note?
The aversion is my note.
Oh,
like
okay.
So maybe if you want to write down, I think that just helpful to us to diagnose, right?
Yeah.
What is on.
My problem is I think I'm writing some of them on the wall.
Oh,
That's what I
okay.
just did.
Sorry. So just on the 6th, now I'm talking about the weak constitution.
You're right.
Yeah, so that's the weak constitution. So what you're having here is basically patients coming has typical common cold symptoms, aversion to cold, but they're more severe, like they feel cold all the time. And they would come in with more layers than the people usually sitting in your clinic. And they speak in very soft voice. And they basically curled up all together, like they're so like afraid to cold. And that it has like very pale and waxy kind of facial. And that's also, so their tongue, besides pale, usually it's swollen, has teeth marks, right? And that's a qi deficient, and the pulse usually is deep and weak. So in this case, we use Ma Huang Fu Zi Xi Xing Tang, and in this, so in the formula wise, you want, besides the herbs to disperse exterior wind cold, you have to use herbs to tonify the inside as well. So you can use acrinites, you can use the cinnamon, and you can use astragalus, all this like tonify herbs to help them build that qi, build that yang. Then they can disperse that wind cold. Otherwise, it's no fight. It's like when there's wind cold comes in, the body just opens the door, it goes all in. And usually for this type of patients, there's no we talked about in the Shanhan Lu, we talked about the 3 yang channel and 3 yin channel. So in this patient, usually the cold just go directly pass through all the yang channel, goes attacks your kidney, your yin channel. So you have that kind of symptoms. And we see some patients when they have a cold, they have high fever, they sweat and all this, like very severe symptoms. And you have a group of patients, they basically don't feel anything. And they just feel like when they come in, they just feel tired, the body aches, and they want to sleep. So actually the first group of patients is better because your body is stronger. You can have fight. And this one is basically open the door. External evil just attacks all the 3 yin channels. So this is the type of patient. So again, with weak constitution, you want to add on like stomach 36, you want to add on rin 6, and even can use moxa, right, to help them to build that yang, build that qi to fight off the cold. Yeah, that's basically we finished the wind cold. Any questions regarding this one? No? Okay, yeah, we said with other alternative treatments, like cupping is very useful. Like I use cupping on my kids when they have like beginning of their cold all the time. And even, hot bath with some eucalyptus or like ginger oil, anything promote, or even mint, anything promote that sweating. And then that can help them use the get rid of the cold as well. So also, during that cold flu season, and basically has fresh air comes in all the time, you can steam some essential oils, like I like eucalyptus and peppermint and in there. And also when you have a cold, drink warm fluids, don't drink cold fluids, right? And then no spicy food, no deep fried food, let your body to recover. Okay, so that's the one, that's the common cold. The next one we'll be talking about coughing. So coughing, it's involved, again, the organ. Think about coughing. The organ we involved the most is, coughing. Lung, right? Primarily we involved is lung because that's lung opens the throat and the nose. And then in Chinese medicine also coughing can relate to spleen and kidney and liver. Let's see, lung as the primary organ involved in coughing, and spleen, kidney, and liver is a secondary. So with the coughing, what's the symptoms? So coughing or 咳嗽 in Chinese is the chief symptom of disorders of the respiratory system. 咳 means there are sounds but without production of sputum, while 嗽 means sputum formation but without sounds. Clinically, sounds and sputum are commonly present at the same time. Therefore, it is combined together, 咳嗽, coughing. According to the causes of disease, coughing can be classified into 2 categories, such as a cough due to external contraction and cough due to internal injury. The former is caused by invasion of external pathogens, while the later is caused by disorders in the dysfunctions of the Zangfu organs. So for the biomedical causes for coughing, we can see it's in upper respiratory tract infection. We can have the postnasal drip, that can cause cough. We can have acute chronic bronchitis and acute chronic any like upper respiratory infection can cause cough. We have severe infections. For example, if kids got like whooping cough, pneumonia, all those can cause cough. Asthmas, even congestive cardiac failure and smoking, all those can be cause coughing, either with the sound or without, with the sputum or not. So now we'll break down the etiology. So first of all, we talk about, let's start with external evils. So external evils usually include is cold. Cold contrast cause cough, we have heat, and then we have dryness. That's the three external. Then we have lifestyle as a big part as well. And lifestyle or constitution. They both can cause a deficient lung qi or the lung in. For example, here, lifestyle. If you just get tired all the time, work overtime, yeah, it's going to damage your qi. If you're the type of person smoke, drink, stay up late, deep fry, spicy food, yeah, it's going to damage your in. So this basically from lifestyle, or you're just born with a constitutional weak qi or in. Those are all possible, right? That's deficient, yeah. And then besides this lifestyle or constitution affect the lung organ, it affects the spleen organ as well, and it affects the kidney organ. The two organs can be affected as well, which later on in the pathogenesis we're going to break it down. So the third part is the emotion. So the emotion part, nowadays the most is stress, right? Anger. We see those contributes to liver. We have overactive liver or worry, overthinking, and this affects on spleen. Okay, so basically three categories: external, lifestyle, constitutional, and emotion. Okay, I can wipe it off. So once you have that, now the pathogenesis. Okay, so basically cough is because lung got affected, because the proper lung, we said the proper lung qi movement is descending, it's going down. Once this get affected, now it's rebound, then you start having a cough, right? So let's see the external evils. External. That's one affecting for sure directly. Now we have improper lifestyle or constitutional or constitution. Already cause you have a weak lung qi. Once you have a weak lung qi and it's not descending properly again, rebound, you start coughing. And all you have, we said, improper lifestyle or constitution affects the spleen as well, right? Once it have affected the spleen, we know spleen have transportation transformation. Its transportation transformation means it gets whatever is digested by stomach and it ascends all the nutrients, nourished part up to lung, right? Once this TNT got affected, now spleen is not properly transforming the nutrient out. Once there's no transportation, there's no that flow of proper energy. Everything stuck there, it becomes accumulated into phlegm. So once phlegm gets affected, and new phlegm comes out. And once phlegm comes out, and the phlegm is going to back up to the lung, right? Attacks the lung, and once you have a phlegm in the lung, then again, you start having a coughing. Earth is mother of metal, weak spleen causes weak lung qi, and weak spleen causes improper water metabolism and phlegm stores in lung. Okay, then we said another improper lifestyle constitution effects on your kidney as well, right? So a kidney in Chinese medicine, your lung qi descends, but then kidney function is grasping
that lung qi descends, right? Once your kidney is got deficient, got affected, there's no grasping anymore. So whatever your lung qi send down, there's no grasping, it's backs up. Again, you're coughing. That's this. And besides that, from lifestyle constitutional affecting the spleen, your worry, your overthinking, taxing on your spleen as well. So that's going to affect. And the last one is that emotion is anger or stress. That one tax on your liver, cause liver qi stagnation, cause liver heat. So liver is metal, liver is wood, and lung is metal. Now we have wood attacks metal. Now again, you cause the wood elements attacks the metal elements, liver attacks the lung. Now you have a rebel. So basically the coughing is because the rebel of lung qi. Now you have coughing. Okay? We're good?
Mm-hmm.
So now we covered all the symptoms, we covered the etiology, we covered the pathogenesis. Now we can do our syndrome differentiation. So for our syndrome differentiation, we talked about the coughing has two types. One is internal, one is external. So for the external, the ones and the principal points, let's go over the principal points for coughing as well. So basically it's 列缺, it's a long point, it's a confluent point, and also it's a commanding point for all your face and all your head. And you have Li4 again, because it's commanding points for face as well, and you have 肺腧, which is a back shu point for your lung. Sorry, where's my book?
I just know which page.
Yeah, I will do that. No problem. So I'm on 14, page 14.
Okay.
Yeah. So if that's the case, and then we use those principal points to treat the cough. So when patient comes cough, you're automatically thinking about this few points to treat the coughing. So in distinguishing for coughing, we have the first type is called wind cold type of coughing. And point is on page 14 as well, wind cold. So I just want to list about the symptoms for you. Bear with me for a sec. So wind cold. So it's very similar when you come in wind cold cough. So it's very similar when you catch the wind cold and then just add on the coughing part. So the clinical features, you have acute cough, which is frequently and loud, and with a moderate amount of clear and white mucus. So clear white mucus, which indicates you still don't have heat in the body yet. So it's that wind cold. So you have spontaneous fever and chills. So fever and chills, you're catching an external cold. And you have no sweat, and you have headaches, and a sore neck, stiff neck, and have nasal obstructions. And you can have difficult breathing or wheezing, depends on how the symptoms manifest itself. And you have sneezing. Important is the tongue coating is thin and white coating. And your pulse usually is floating or tight because it's wind cold. So the distinguishing, again, we know you're coughing, but the distinguishing is look at when they cough, like what kind of mucus they're having. It's usually the clear, check their tongue coating. It's not thick yet, it's thin white coating. That's usually we distinguish, help us to diagnose. It's kind of wind cold type of cough. So when you have wind cold, and we usually, besides the principal points, we add on the fomen is wind gate. That one also can help to disperse the wind, and we add on the Taiyuan, usually I don't use point because it's right to the radio, the pulsing there. So there's the artery there. I usually don't use that. But like UB12, like the Fengmen, definitely. And you can use a Fengchi as well, GB20, you know, the wind pull as well. And you can use the Tanzhong, you know, the Ren 17. This one is very good to open the congest the chest or help the flow in the chest. And if it's really coughing a lot, use the Ren 12 10-2. If you're not comfortable with the needling, just use the thumb to press. That descends the qi down. That usually is very good. For the formulas. So we have with the formulas is 止嗽散 combined with the 三柚汤. This one, 止嗽散. Yeah, so again, you have ephedrol, you have apricot, you have 荆芥, you have 紫菀, 百部, 紫苏. So in this category of herbs, the herbs is on page 20. In this category of herbs, you have ephedrol mahuang, which you have to replace with the changhuo or duhuo. Any herbs goes to the Taiyang, the food Taiyang channels too, which is warming and dispersing. And it combines with the suye and combines with jingjie. Those are strengthening the wind cold dispersing quality. And the ziwan, baibu, baiqian, those are three herbs are the main herbs under the formula of 止嗽散. It's powder for stop coughing. So that's on three main herbs. You add on the jiegen, which is benefits with your throat, and you have the add on the licorice, which harmonize the whole formula. So for the modification, if you have a severe wind cold, so which means severe aversion to cold, there's no sweat, then you can add more warming exterior dispersing herbs such as fangfeng or changhuo. But if you have the heat in your body already, so which means when you cough, the phlegm is not white anymore, it's yellow phlegm. In this case, you have to take the baiqian ziwan, because those two are warming herbs, and you can add the gypsum, which is a cooling herbs, and sanbaipi and huangqing. If you have a headache, then you add the chuanxiong and you add the baizhi. So again, if your phlegm is yellow, it's not clear white anymore, which you have heat. For our acupuncture, you can add on the Li11, you can add on the Long 10 or the Jingwell or in spring points to clear the heat. With headache, then you can do some local points to relieve the head. You can either do the Taiyang, you can either do 20, all this to relieve the headache. So that's the first type of when it's cold. The second type, go back to page 14, is invasion of wind heat. Inversion of wind heat. So it's not wind cold anymore, it's wind heat. So the clinical features can be an acute dry cough, and the cough can be with a sticky, yellow, and very difficult to expectorate mucus. And sometimes patients says, they cough out, it's like a ball, like so hard, the phlegm. So it's a lot of dryness in the body. You can have mild fever with little or no chills, have nasal congestions, and the nasal discharge can be thick yellow or even green. Green indicates it's contagious. You have a sore, dry, scratchy throat. You're thirsty. You have some types of sweating, and your tongue should be red, or either at least have a red tip. And the coating can be thin white or thin yellow, and your pulse usually is on floating rapid. Even it's not floating, usually it's on the rapid side, because some patients could be when they have the heat, the body is weak, the pulse is not as floating as it should be, but usually it's on the fast side. So in this case, when we have the invasion by wind heat, besides all the general points, we add on the DU14 and Li11. DU14 usually in this case either needle or bleeding. Even on Li11 you can bleed it. You can add on the long 10, the EG to clear all the heat. So, and formula wise is on page 21, Sanjui. This is again is a very typical formula for wind heat and causing either getting a cold or causing a cough. So this is mulberry leaf, the chrysanthemum, and the lianqiao, the mint. These are herbs to help. They're cooling herbs and they're dispersing herbs, so help you to disperse that wind cold. And you have lugan in this. This lugan is it's called a phragmitis. So this is a root. It's a root. It's not only cooling, but it adds moist in your body. So think about in your clinical feature, you have that sticky, dry phlegm, you have that dry throat, which means you have a heat. So besides we disperse that heat, we want to add some fluids in the body as well. So you add that lugan, and in this case you have the jigen. It's also again good for the throat. You have the licorice. So if you have coughing a lot, you use that pipaye, which is descending, stop the coughing. And if you have a lot of heat is more severe, you add huangqin, you add zhimu, you add gualuo. If you have sore throat, you have the shigan, you have chishao, and tianhuafen. So for this, if we have a lot of heat in the body, and we can add all the heat clearing points. And if you want to add a little bit nourishing the yin, again, we can go back our kidney 3, can add the kidney 3 points as well. And that's basically it is for wind heat attacking the lung. Any questions so far? No? Okay, so the third one, we're talking about the warm dryness attacking the lung. So this basically is just the dryness attacking the lung, but it's on the warm side. It's the external evil is dryness. So in acupoints is on page 14, and herbs on page 21. So let's look at page 14. So for the dryness, warm dryness attacking the lung, the clinical feature is you have dry, non-productive cough, which means dry, there's no phlegms come out. And it can cause chest pain because the heat is trapped, the dryness, the heat is trapped in the chest. And if they can cough out the mucus, usually it's scant, sticky, thick, and hard, and possible there's blood streaked. So dry throat, mouth, nose, and lips, headache, and normal or with a red tip, the tongue, and the thin yellow dry coating, and the pulse can be thready and rapid. So the distinguish is patients come in, say everything in the mouth and the nose is very dry, and they need to drink lots of water, and there's no phlegms can be expectorated out. So in this one, and we use the formula is Sanjui. So if it's wind dryness, we said besides the principle, let's go through the herb formula first, the acupuncture points first. Besides the principal points, if it's dry, either it's warming or it's cold, we usually, I would add on the kidney 3, the Tai Shi, and I also would add kidney 6, the Zhao Hai. That's the 2 extra points I would add if there's dryness, like in the body. They can't, there's no phlegms and sticky phlegms, and they can't expect any phlegms come out. Usually that's the 2 points I would add. So the formula is called San Xing Tan. So basically is morris, a mulberry leaf, tree leaf, and also the apricots. So that's basically two, as a very, again, very representative formulas for this type of warm dryness cough. So let's look at the herbs it has. Okay, so it has a mulberry tree leaf, you have apricots, and you have the 沙参, and you have the 贝母, have 甜胡, 栀子, 淡豆豉和梨皮. So breaking down is the mulberry tree leaf, that's a cooling herb, a mild cooling herb which is dispersing. Also the herbs goes to lung, one of the channel that goes to lung, so it can disperse the external evil at the same times to cool the lung and get rid of the heat in the lung. Also, you have the 沙参, and it's also in tonify herbs to treat that dryness. You have the apricot, you have the 折贝母, you have a 甜胡. Those are all descending herbs to descend the rebel qi to stop coughing. You have 栀子, which help you to clear the heat from the sanjiao and take the heat to go through the urination. And you have that 淡豆豉. It's a warm but milder version of the external dispersing herbs. In this, it combines with 栀子. We have a 栀子豉汤. So this basically the two herbs combined together is to disperse what we said is a trapped heat in the body, to make people, if heat is trapped in the chest, disperse and let it go. And also we have the pear skin, and this also is moist lung, moist dryness. So if you have a lot of heat, you can add on the gypsums, you add the 知母. If you have really sore throat, you can use 玄参, 大青叶, 板蓝根, this is all good. If you have coughing or sneezing, there's blood streams in the expectoration, then you add on the 白茅根, 生地, 麦冬和玉竹. Those are all in tonifying herbs to add the fluids in the body, and at the same time 白茅根 is cooling and also stop bleeding, so the treats address the blood in your phlegm or in your nasal drips. Okay, so that's for the warm dryness. Now we come to the last one, is called cool dryness, with under the category of external contraction cause coughing. So the cool dryness. Any questions regarding the acupuncture points for the warm dryness?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
What
Yeah.
would they be?
Sorry, the ones a warm dryness besides the principal points, I usually just add on the kidney 3 and 6.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, if there's blood coming out, and then you're thinking all the Jingwell points and the Jingwell in spring points to clear that heat and stop the bleeding, right? On like large intestine line channel points, that would be good. So now we'll move on to the cool dryness attacking the lung. So the acupoint is on number 14. So we let cool dryness attacking the lung. The clinical features, it can be cough with little or no mucus. It's thickish or itchy dry throat, dry nose and lips, can have chills or mild fever and no sweat. The tongue is a thin white dry coating, and the pulse can be floating and tight. So with this cool dryness, again, it's under the category of dryness. So you first, when patients come in, their chief complaint should be coughing with dry nose, dry lips, everything is dry, they have to drink, because this is on the cooling side. So even their mucus should be not that yellow, would be small amount of mucus, but it should not be difficult to cough it out. And when they cough it out, there should be no blood, and there should no like yellow color. So it's just on the dry side, but it's cool. There's no heat there yet. I'll say, and this is so for the cold dryness, besides all the principal points, we said we add on the 关元, and we add on the titrum liver 3. You found the 2 points, right? Yeah. So that's the 2 points we usually add on, and we can add on the long 5, the 赤泽 as well, to its a He point. So you can help tonify the lung, add on the water elements in the lung. So you can add on long 5 as well. 赤泽 long 5, yes. Again, you can add on the 照海, the kidney 6, right? Because it's like shining on the ocean. So you're thinking about that's a water elements kind of points. You can add it on as well. Okay, so for the formula, now we've finished the acupuncture. For the formula part, there's a very typical formula. It's called 杏苏散. Basically, it's apricot kernel and perilla leaf powder. So that's the representative formula for this type of coughing. So now we're looking at formula is on page 22. So again, let's break down what we're trying, the theories behind why they're forming this kind of formula. You look at the perilla leaves. This is a warm and dispersing herb. So what you're using is trying to disperse that cold dryness, the external evil. Then you have the apricot kernels, and you have 白钱, you have 百部, you have 紫菀, 款东花. Those are all warming herbs with a descending qi function. So it descends your lung qi to stop your coughing. And you have 桔梗, and is on the cooling side, and also it benefits with your throat. And as we know the proper lung functions, the descending, but at the same time the dispersing. So you address 2 direction of the movement of the lung qi. Then you have the 陈皮, is a pungent herbs harmonized middle jiao, and you have the licorice, which is again harmonize the whole formula. So if you have a severe version to cold, then you add more of the wind cold dispersing herbs, so as 荆芥 and 防风, to address the conditions. Okay, and that is the coughing caused by external evils. Now we're talking about, let's quickly go through the coughing through the internal evils, internal conditions, then we can take a break. Okay, so for the internal cough due to internal injuries, first we talk about is the phlegm obstruction, phlegm or dampness obstruction in the lung. The points is on page 14. Okay, so the phlegm. Okay, think about a phlegm and dampness and have that, the features or characters of that evil in your mind. And now let's review the clinical features for this. So you have a chronic or recurrent cough with profuse, thin or white, thick mucus or sputum, and you have a noticeable sometimes the rattling sound in the chest with the coughing, and usually it can be worse in the morning or after eating. So you have fullness and stuffiness in the chest and epigastrium, poor appetite, nauseas or vomiting, loose stools, weakness, and your tongue usually is pale and swelling with the tooth mark. And your coating is a good indication to help us to distinguish is moist, greasy, white coating. And then the pulse is soft and slippery. Okay, so the greasy, because you have dampness or you have phlegm. That moist is, and the white means your dampness, the accumulated dampness and phlegm hasn't changed into heat yet. So they're still that cold because they're cold-natured evils. So that's why you have the moist and white coating. So in this case, you usually, we add on stomach 40. That's the one single most important point for dispersing the phlegm, right? And then we add on the spleen 9, that points can help dry the dampness as well. And again, we say spleen is when we are going through our pathogenesis, we think spleen is the cause for the phlegm in the body. So you want to add points to tonify the spleens, like spleen 6, stomach 36, and yeah, and then you can add the back shoe of spleen, like UB20, right? You can add on back shoe the lung, UB13, and all this. So for the formula for this, we said is 二陈汤 and the 三子养清汤 modified. So let's look at the formula. What this formula is helping us to achieve here. So it is on page 22, the formula. So look at it, go through all the herbs we have here. Okay, 二陈汤 basically is the orange peel plus 半夏 plus 茯苓和白术。And then 三子养清汤 is 白芥子、莱菔子和紫苏子。二陈汤 is a very basic formula to treat cough, but the dampness to damp cause the cough. But this one has to without heat. If you're with the heat, because 半夏 is warming, 陈皮 is warming, 苍术 is warming, hope is warming, so they get added too much heat. So this is make sure when you use the formula, the tongue coating has to be white, greasy. There's no and moist. If it's dry, greasy, dry, thick, or it's yellow, greasy, then you can't use this formula. It's too warming. And then you have basically this is used a lot of pungent herbs to dry the dampness. Like 陈皮, like 苍术, like hope. They are all pungent herbs to dry the dampness, and even 半夏. And use 茯苓and 薏仁 to promote urination. So that one you help to urinate all the turbid water in that body. Then you have 紫苏子, 白芥子和莱菔子 to descend the qi, so you don't have rebel of lung qi to cough. So if you have a severe like cold lodged in your lung, which means you have those perfused white foamy sputum, then you want to add the dried ginger. You want to add the shixin to warm that lung qi, the warm at that upper jaw to disperse that cold. So if you already have a chronic, a weak constitution, and you want to add some ginseng, some slightly tonified herbs to help to build that constitution. And if already that accumulated phlegm and dampness already changing into heat, which means your phlegm is already turning into heat, or your tongue coating is already changing into heat, then now this you have to use some heat clearing herbs such as huangqing or even the gualopi to help you get rid of this heat and the phlegm. So that's the first, is the phlegm damp in the lung. The second is accumulation of phlegm heat in the lung. So now we're not phlegm dampness, now we are phlegm heat. So acupoint is on page 14. So let's look at the phlegm heat, the clinical features. You can be hacking cough with a profuse thick, yellow or green, hard to expectorate mucus, and they can have blood-streaked mucus, fullness and stuffiness in the chest and epigastrium, wheezing that tends to be worse at night and first thing in the morning, poor appetite, nausea, loose stools, constipation, legacy, weakness, and you can have a sore throat. You have that bitter taste in the mouth because of everything now, the phlegm, the damp now is changing into heat. Your tongue, this is a very good feature that helps to distinguish. Your tongue now is a thick, greasy yellow coating. Remember before when we had the phlegm and dampness, it's greasy, but it's white. Now it's become greasy and yellow. And your pulse is soft and can be slippery and rapid. Okay, so that's the difference between phlegm damp and phlegm heat. the coating and the sputum of the phlegm color helps us to distinguish it a lot. So when you have phlegm heat, besides all the principal points, you want to add, again, stomach 40. It's a good point. It's on page 14. So stomach 40 is a good point to disperse the phlegm. And now you want to add the lung 5 to clear the lung heat. And you can add on lung 10, yu ji, the in-spring point to clear heat. You can add kong zui, lung 6. Lung 6 kong zui is a very good, almost like a point with a specific function. If you're coughing or your nasal discharge have blood, it stops bleeding. Basically, when you're coughing blood, then that's kong zui is a very, very good point. And you can use again the tanzhong, right, the ren 70 to open that chest, because right now you have congested chest. Okay, so now formula, what we have is on page 23. 清金化糖汤. So it's a clear metal transformed phlegm decoction. Okay, so we look at all the herbs here. Bear in mind now we're dealing with phlegm heat, right? So definitely you're going to have herbs to clear the lung heat. You're going to have herbs to add influence in your lung, and you will have herbs to help you disperse, to help you to be able to expectorate that phlegm. And you would have herbs descend the lung to stop coughing. So here we have the sanbai pi, we have huangqing, we have zhizi. Those are heat clearing herbs for the lung. We have zhimu. Zhimu clear their heat, but at the same time, it's also add nourishing in a bit. So add fluids in your formula, and we can add lugan if we want in this tianhuafen. It's all good. But we have the chuangualuo. Chuangualuo is basically the whole fruits, including the gualuo pi and gualuo zi. So that one not only clear the heat in the lung, but also help you to expectorate the phlegms out. Then you have jiegen. It's a cooling herbs, and it's ascending. So when you descend, compare with the beimu. So one is descending, one ascending, and address the whole full lung qi functions. And then you have Zhihong. It's a different from Chenpi. Zhihong is not as pungent or dry as Chenpi. So this, because you already heat, so you want to add a little bit milder, achieve movement herbs. So you have a licorice to harmonize the whole formula. So if you already have very yellow sputum, and are you ready full smell sputum, it means you are probably on the way to get pneumonia or bronchitis. It's already have infections inside, so you want to really add on some really heat clearing formulas such as 鱼腥草、金荞麦、冬瓜子. 冬瓜子 we said in Chinese medicine, we disperse the pus in the lung, so it helps you to clear the heat in the lung, also promote the phlegm coming out. If you are constipated because you have heat, then you add da huang, right? If you are really feel thirsty and because your yin is damaged, so you add sha shen, mai men dong, or tianhuafen to nourishing the yin. Okay, so the next one is liver fire scorching the lungs. So now we're having two organs included. One is liver, one is lung. Okay, so on page 14 is your acupoints. So for the clinical is again you have coughing, right? And then you would have red face and red eyes because the liver fire is rising up. You would have a bitter taste in the mouth, and again liver quick like typical signs: quick temper, irritability, restlessness, right? Hypochondriac tension, discomfort, and And then your tongue would be red, dry, with either thick or thin yellow coating. So red, dry, yellow coating, and your pulse can be wiry, slippery, and fast. Besides the typical points, now we have to soothe the liver and clear the heat. So we usually add the Xingji and liver 2. It's on page 14. We can add liver 2. We can add liver 3. We can add liver 14. Those are 3 points: clear liver fire and soothe the liver qi, because now is the wood is attacking the metal. And you can add the back shu point of liver, like UB 18. And if you have blood in your sputum, you add on lung 6, 孔醉. The formula we're using right now is 泻白散和哈代散, which is on page 23. So this formula, besides clear the heat, descending the lung qi, we have to address to the liver, to soothe the liver, to clear the heat. So the formula 300皮, 黄芩, all those are clear the lung heat. And we have 地骨皮, also if you have kind of a deficiency heat, is good to treat. And you have 海哈壳, you have is descending, stop coughing. And then 清代, that one is to clear the liver heat, liver fire. So we dress that liver, and we have 海哈壳, stop the pain, stop the coughing. We have 知母, clearing the heat, and also 天花粉. They're under the category of heat clearing herbs, but also add the nourishing the yin as well. So you, besides you clear the heat, you add the moist back into the body. And you have the harmonizing herbs licorice. So you have a lot of fire, a lot of heat, which means maybe you're coughing, sputum is with the blood, and your eyes really like red, has that liver fire sign. So you want to add the 牡丹皮, you want to add 栀子. 牡丹皮 is going to the blood level to cool the blood, clear the heat in the blood, and 栀子 is clear the heat from the 3 joules and drain it through your urination. Okay, any questions for this one? All good? Okay, so next one we're going through is lung qi deficiency. Now we're into the deficiency type of coughing. So now the organ is lung and it's qi deficient. So think about this 2 combination. So you have a chronic weak cough, and which tires the patient out, and which is aggravated by exertion fatigue or exposed to wind. Mucus, if present, is thin and mostly clear, and sometimes can have bubbles and white. Shortness of breath, spontaneous sweating, qi deficient, aversion to cold, qi deficient, frequent colds, qi deficient, weak low voice, reluctant speak, qi deficient, fatigue, all qi deficient.
Is that all on pages in here, or is that your notes?
No, my notes. Sorry. So basically, you think about your coughing. So you know you're coughing, but add on all the symptoms with the qi deficient. Frequently get cold, no energy, and aversion to cold. And with the qi deficient, you have spontaneous sweating, right? That's also as well. And your pulse is basically weak, and your tongue is thin and white. And sometimes qi deficient, you can have a fat tongue with teeth mark as well by the side, right? Okay, so for this, and we add on, what do we add on? The acupoint is on page 15 now. So with that qi deficient, we add on Tangzhong. This one is also to open the chest. This one, and also we can add on the Ren 6, the qi hai, right? We can add on, so if you have lung qi deficient through our 5 elements, if you're, how to tonify the lungs, because we tonify the Mother Earth. So basically you tonify spleen, stomach to make the metal to make the lung stronger. So besides now you can use all your back shu front mu points for lung, now we have to think about tonify the spleen, tonify stomach. So you can add on Ren 12, back shu for spleen, back shu of stomach, right, to tonify that spleen 3. Because there's a phlegm, you can use stomach 40, right, on all those 25 points to help to promote the lung qi. And the formula we said we use is 加减补肺汤. So let's look at how they tonify the lung. Okay, so what we have here is a whole bunch of herbs. Basically, you have almost 4 gentleman decoction, right? 党参、茯苓、白术、甘草. Almost you have that 理中汤, 补中益气汤. You have the 黄芪, you have the 黄芪, astragalus, and you have the ginseng. You have the 白术、茯苓. And besides that, you added 三白皮, which means it's generally clear a little bit lung heat. There's as well, and 五味子 is tonify the lung, and you have 半夏 and 紫菀, which is descending the rebel lung to stop cough, and you have 陈皮 and 甘草 to harmonize. So if you have a lot of white foamy phlegms, which means you have a lot of cold lodged in your lung, then you have to use dry ginger, xixing, this kind of really warming herbs. If you feel like cough and you're like short of breath, means your kidneys are not grasping anymore. So in this case, you add some herbs to tonify the kidney yang, like the acrinuts, like the 肉桂, the cinnamon, and 不骨脂, and all this. Herbs to tonify the kidney yang, to tonify the kidney qi, so it's grasping the descending lung qi. Okay, the last one is lung insufficiency. So lung insufficiency, besides all the symptoms like we're coughing, you have to think about insufficiency. You would have coughing, very little sputum, basically no sputum. With insufficiency, you will probably have a night sweat, right? You have a 5-centered heat, your hand, your feet, and your chest is all feel warm. And with insufficiency, your tongue would be very small, thin, red tongue with barely no coating or very thin coating. With insufficiency, lung insufficiency is usually, you could have fever, but usually it's at night. And then your pulse usually is very thin and fast, right? That usually indicates you have the lung insufficiency. So for lung insufficiency, we add on the Gao Huang, that's UB43. It's leveled with, it's the second line of the urinary bladder channel. It's leveled with back shu of lung points. And usually we said that is the point Gao Huang. In Chinese, we said it's really severe stage of a disease. So use this point to treat a really lot of chronic lung diseases. And you can add kidney 3 and kidney 6. Those are very good. And if you like spleen 6, right, for the crossing point of 3 in channels, those are very good points to nourishing the yin to address that insufficiency. So for the formula, we have the 沙参麦冬汤加减, which is on page 24. So we look at this. It's a whole bunch of herbs: 沙参、麦门冬、玉竹、百合、桑叶. All these herbs is all nourishing the lung. They all go to lung channel, nourishing the lung to treat that insufficiency, nourishing the lung in. Then you have 天花粉 again, slightly clear that heat, also add the fluids. You have 川贝, you have the apricot kernel. Those are descending herbs to send down the rebel lung qi, and you're harmonizing with licorice. So you have hot flashes or night sweat, and we use the bieja. It's the shell of one of the, almost like a turtle. and then that one is the one to get rid of the 地骨皮 Qinghao. Those are the herbs typically goes into your in level and to clear the heat lodged in your in level. So if you are sweating a lot, because in deficiency you have a lot of night sweats, and you can add Fu Xiang Mai. These are very good herbs. And if you have with a lot of phlegm, yellow phlegm, 海哈壳 to clear the lung heat, and also the 知母黄芩. And again, if you phlegms with blood, you add 牡丹皮, which goes to clear the heat at the blood level. 栀子 clear 3 jiao heat, and 藕节, which is astringent herbs, which stop bleeding. Okay, so that's basically covered all cough. Any questions? We're all good? Okay, so do you want to take a break?
Sure.
Let's take a break. Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at, there's things that you said that were in my book. This is great. Awesome. I got it.
Yeah, so short wheezing in the throat, despite having the mouth open, shoulders raised. Actually, shout, wheezing, and panting are different symptoms, but they both manifest as a course of breathing. Wheezing is characterized by wheezing in the throat, while panting is difficult in breathing, even breathing with the mouth open and the shoulders raised. Their cause and pathogenesis of the disease are similar, and they often appear clinically simultaneously. So they are discussed together as 哮喘 asthma. Asthma attacks occur year-round, especially during cold seasons or drastic climate change. In Western medicine, it refers to disease such as bronchial asthma, chronic asthma, bronchitis, pneumonia, and cardiac asthma. So now we're looking at asthma, the organ we talk about now, it's lung. But then spleen and the kidney is also very closely related to this as well. So for the biomedical cause for wheezing, we can have asthma, acute chronic bronchitis, TB. You can have foreign body irritates. You can have pneumothorax. You can have pleural effusion. This is my note. Cardiac asthma and anxiety, high altitude, and lack of fitness. All this can cause asthma. So now let's go to the etiology. So again, we go back. There's external evils, always, right? You can combine with the wind, cold, wind, heat, and then you can have irritants, like pollen, dust, all this, right? And this external. Then you have your lifestyle, right? Usually we talk about causing is cold, food and drink, sweet, fatty food, and seafood. It's also sometimes canned. And then constitutional. Constitutional, you could just have weak lung, spleen, and kidney. And internal emotion, anger, overthinking, worry, and sadness. All this can cause turmoil in our body. Okay, so that's 4 parts: external, lifestyle, constitutional, and internal. Sorry, mind about my writing. Good?
That's really good. Your handwriting's
And then I will write down. So that's the etiology, and now we'll go through the pathogenesis. How this, again, we call causing asthma. It's the lung. Everything others affect the lung. External evils. Let's be the cold, let's be the heat, let's be the irritants that affect the proper descending of the lung sheath, and you cause the wheezing. Okay, then you have a spleen. Whereas the spleen is a mother for the lung. When you don't have proper spleen function, your spleen is going to back up with a phlegm that goes to the lung.
So it doesn't nourish the lung, is that
Doesn't, one way it doesn't nourish the lung, so you have a weak lung, you have wheezing. The other ones, if you have a phlegm comes up here, the phlegm is back up on the lung. It again affected the proper lung descending. So you have a diet is a big part, contracting the spleen, overeating, a lot of fatty food.
Can it go the other way? When people don't eat, they're not eating enough.
Yes, there's no chi, there's no nourishment.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Then the spleen, you have a poor TNT function, then your phlegm is backing up, right? So now let's look at liver. It's a big part. And liver affects our emotion, right? Anger, stress, everything flares up with the liver. And liver is a wood and it's go attack on the metal. Again, you don't have a proper descending of lunging. And liver is also the wood to go attacks the earth. Once liver is attacked the earth and there's no proper function of spleen, we all come back to this cycle again. Okay? So another one is sadness. This is the emotion directly attacks the lung.
I thought lung was grief, correct?
Grief, sadness. Like let's put it like let's say grief. Yeah. Grief. And that's attacks the lung. So you and also kidney, we talked about before as we have the cough. When your lung descends, your kidney needs to grasp it. But if your kidney is not grasping the lung qi, now you have wheezing, right? And that's usually the chronic types of wheezing. Here is usually, yes. And it's usually when kidney is involved, you know your wheezing or asthma is chronic for a long time, right? A kidney can be a lifestyle change, and it can be a constitution, right? Lifestyle could be poor nourishment, right? Lifestyle could be too many childbirth damage. Lifestyle could be over sexual activity. It's all affects your kidney. There's no ability to grasp that qi, and you have the wheezing, right? And once you have that rebuild of lung qi, then you have the wheezing and asthma. So it's similar, very similar to cough. Okay. So that's good. Now we can go break down the syndrome differentiations. And the syndrome differentiation, let's see what it is. So it's on page 26. Page 26. Yeah. So now we have it's wind cold, wind heat, and phlegm heat, and usually what we talk about treating the asthma is you have the course of attack and you have a course in between. So during the course of attack, then you usually disperse the evils, whatever it could be, wind cold, wind heat, phlegm. You disperse the evil. During that resting period, then you tonify the body. Try to strengthen in your spleen. Try to strengthen your lung, your kidney. So prevent the next onset of wheezing. Okay, so let's see, wheezing. So basically the principal point is Lan 7. It's command point for neck and back. And then you have Lan 5, her C point. You have Tanzhong, Ren 17, open the chest. You have back shu of Lan, UB 13. And you have Ding Chuan, which is the extra point, and which is it's at the back, I think, along your cervical spine, and that is as extra points for you already. Stop wheezing. That's literally the name says stop wheezing. That's the extra point, which for sure we're going to use. So the first type is wind cold. So clinical, besides you have wheezing, that's your general. You have shortness of breath, you have difficult breathing, you have a wheezing sound. Usually you have, it's acute on site, onset, and you cough with a thin, watery, frothy mucus. That's my note. And you have a stupidinous fever and chills, and no sweat. And you could have muscle pain or stiff neck, and you have nasal obstructions, and your nasal discharge would be watery. And your tongue should be normal, and there's thin white coating and floating or floating tight pulse. So when it's wind cold, and besides the principal treatment, then you want to add on the wind gauge, UB12, to disperse the wind. Right, and you can add on the GB20, the wind pool, like any points on your neck, on the upper back with the wind, you can use. Basically help you to disperse the wind. And if you're really coughing, wheezing a lot, you can use the REN22. That's my add-ons. Yeah, then you can add on REN22, TN2 to stop the wheezing and stop the asthma, and to desense that lung qi. The formula we use is 射钢麻红汤. It's on page, let's see. Yeah, so it's on page 33. And so you use ma huang, which is a very warming, wind cold dispersing herbs. Now you have to replace it with the changhuo. And you use ganjiang xixing, to warm the lung, and you use shegans also to treat the phlegm in the lung. And you have zhibanxia, you have houpu, you have baiqian, xingren, ziwan, kuandonghua. All those herbs are part of the zhisousan to descend the lung to stop the coughing. So you have a lot of phlegm, then you use ting li zi and bai jie zi. Basically, those are two very strong function herbs to disperse the water from the lung. So if you have aversion to cold and fever, and then you can add on the jinjie fangfeng, disperse the cold, or the zisuye. And so if you have a lot of nasal congestions, then you can add xingyi he cang'erzi, all this, even baizhi, all those are very good for the nose. So the second type is wind heat. So wind heat, think about, we talked about the wind heat cold, right? We usually have very similar now we're talking about the acupuncture is talking about the wind heat. So it says you wind heat, you add on page 26 is you add on Da Zhui, and you add on Qu Chi to clear the heat. But on our formula, we jumped to retention of phlegm heat in the lung. So let's look at the symptoms of phlegm heat in the lung. So basically, you have phlegm heat in the lung causing the wheezing. So you have wheezing, and your sputum should be yellow and sticky. And you have nasal congestions. Even your nasal discharge would be yellow and sticky. You have sore throat, and you have thirst because it's phlegm heat, and you could have dry stools, constipation because it has heat, and your tongue is at least have a red tip. It could be whole tongue is red, and the coating is thick and yellow, and your paw can be floating tight or rapid. So that's phlegm heat in the lung. So the formula we use is Ding Chuan Tan. So here it's because there's no external evils anymore. So the Ma Huan, instead of using ephedrine, instead of using the raw ones, which is more focusing on dispersing the cold, now it's used the honey processed, which is having more strength of cooling cough. Stop coughing, and then you have Sanbai Pi, you have Huangqin, you have Gualuo, all those clear the heat. You have Zisuzi, you have Baiguo, you have Beimu, you have Kuandonghua, all those are descending the lung to stop coughing. If you have a lot of phlegm, again, Ting Li is very strong herb to disperse the fluid in the lung. If you have constipation, they use Da Huang and Mang Shao, basically is a Chen Qi Tang modified. And if you already have that full smell and your phlegm can be green and yellow, you are having infection, and you really add the heat clearing toxin clean herbs such as 鱼腥草、金荞麦、冬瓜子和薏仁和芦根。Here 冬瓜子和薏仁 they have function not only clear the heat but they have function of pushing the pus out of your lung, out of your body. And if you have severe lung heat, you can add gypsum, which is very heat clearing herbs. The third one is the so for the formula, if you have phlegm heat, which is on page 26, phlegm heat, and then we said we add on stomach 40, right? And that's clear the heat. And then you can add on the lung 11, you can add lung 10, and all those heat clearing herbs. And you can add on Sanjiao 2s also in spring heat clearing herbs. The third one in the formula is the backup of phlegm in the lung. It's on page 34. So now it's talking about phlegm backed up in the lung. So it's before it was the phlegm heat, and now it's just phlegm. So whatever you have on the wheezing and you have sputum, basically your sputum right now can be thick and sticky, but it's not, and it also can be white or clear, so there's no heat sign. Your sputum is not turning yellow, and you have fullness, tightness in the chest, full appetite, nausea, vomiting, can be have loose stools because you have a lot of phlegm and backed up in the body and weak and feel generally tired. Your paws can be soft and slippery. Your tongue can be either pale red, and your coating is moist, greasy, white coating. That's how you distinguish is moist, greasy, white coating. Okay, so the formula we use is 二陈汤和三子养心汤. We talked about this back at the formula when we are having our cough due to phlegm. So basically, same thing. You use pungent herbs, aroma pungent herbs to clear the dampness, to dry the phlegm, and you use herbs to tonify the spleen because that's basically the root cause of all your phlegm. And you use apricot kernels, all this to descend the lung qi. I like live foods to descend the lung qi to stop the wheezing. If you have poor appetite, then you can use shanjia, shenqu guya, maiya, and even sharon. But because sharon is a aroma herb, so you should add it at the end of your cooking with hot formula, so you don't lose that essential oils from aroma, and it wakens up the spleen, help with a better digestion. So for in this, if you have a phlegm, then again we're thinking about adding the stomach 40 to get rid of phlegm. And now we're thinking about then tonify your spleen and stomach, run 12. And we're thinking about maybe spleen 3. We're thinking about spleen 36, so strengthening your spleen, stomach to help you to internally to transform those turbid water phlegm into the nutrient for your body. The fourth one is liver attacking lung, causing the wheezing and asthma. Your acupuncture is not listed. So let's go look at page 34. So it's liver attacking lung. So when your liver attacking lung, so involve two organs, your liver and lung. So basically you have your wheezing or you have your difficult shortness of breath. You have frequently signing, that's a sign of liver stagnation, right? You have a plum pit chi. It's like you feel something stuck in your throat. You can't swallow it down, but when you go for the test, there's nothing there. So usually we say that's a liver chi cause, plum pit chi, stagnation. You have poor appetite, insomnia. You probably have hypochondriac pains. You probably have a lot of those premenstrual syndrome indicating you have the liver chi stagnation. And your tongue could be normal. And if it's qi stagnation causes blood stagnation, you could have purple spots, but not always. And then pulse could be wiry. That's a typical liver qi stagnation kind of pulse. So the formula they're using, let's talk about the acupoints first. So in this, besides your principal points, you add on the points to soothe the liver. We talked about before the liver 3, liver 14, right? You can add the back shoe of liver. And if it's a lot of congestion in the chest and stomach, you can add the PC6. It's command points for your chest and stomach. Basically, soothes the liver qi. And you can open the 4 gates, liver 3 and large intestine 4. If liver qi stagnate, already have signs of liver heat, you can add a liver 2 xingjian to clear the liver heat. So formula we talked about is 柴胡疏肝散加减. So again, this is focusing on soothing the liver. And for example, 柴胡is soothing the liver qi, and white peonies and is because your liver has the function it needs a free flow of qi, so you can't just use the chaihuts to control it. You use the white peonies to soften, which says to soften, to moist, to nourishing that liver. And you have yujing is also yujing和qingpi and xiangfu. Those are qi movement herbs to help you. And then you have muxiang and to harmonize, move the qi in the middle jiao. And you have a chenxiang. This one's sending the qi down to stop the coughing. And in this, because of liver stagnation or liver heat causing you have a palpitation or insomnia, you use 合欢皮酸枣仁夜交藤. If you have a lot of irritation, means your liver qi stagnation is already changing to liver heat, liver fire, you can use 牡丹皮栀子虎杖, all the heat clearing herbs. Okay, so the next one is during the stage of remission. Before it's all during the stage of attack. Now it's during the stage of the remission. We said the principle here is for tonify, right? So there's one is for lung deficiency syndrome, right? The first one is lung deficiency syndrome. So now during the period of remission, we have tonify the lung. So basically think about lung, the organ itself, and think about qi deficiency. So what you would have is when you're wheezing, but this person would have a very weak voice. This person could most time feel cold, and there's no energy, and it has dressed up always warm, and it could have spontaneous sweating, right? And then the tongue usually is pale tongue, is sometimes with a teeth mark, and the coating is thin white, and it's a deep, weak, sometimes even thready pulse. Just depends on the degrees of the weakness of your lung qi. So we said this formula we use 玉屏风散, the jade screen powder. And so basically you have 白术党参黄芪. It's not even directly to tonify your lung. This formula is to tonify the spleen, because the spleen is the mother of your lungs. You tonify the spleen, then you can generate the metal. So through the 黄芪白术党参, you tonify the spleen, then to indirectly tonify your lung qi. And the 五味子 is also tonify the lung qi, and it's slightly sour, so astringent, and stop the wheezing. The 胡桃肉 here can tonify the lung and the kidney as well, and you as fang feng to disperse that that wind and promote the movement in the body. So if you have a severe aversion to cold, then you add some 桂枝, young tonifying herbs, add some shenjiang. If you are qi and yin both deficient, which means not only your aversion to cold, but also when you cough, when you're wheezing, there's a very little phlegm or very sticky phlegm. Then you add 沙参麦冬玉竹 百合 to nourish the lung in, and the 川贝和杏仁 to sending the lung qi. So in this case, then we can use the backshu points of the lung for acupuncture to tonify, and we can add on again, we can add a UB43, the Gao Huang Shu, and we can the backshu and then the Gao Huang Shu, and you can use the Tai Yuan, which is Yuan prime points, lung 9 of the lung. So the second is the spleen deficiency syndrome. So thinking about usually spleen deficiency, spleen Qi deficiency, besides the wheezing, what you will have with the spleen deficiency, poor digestion, poor appetite. You basically don't have appetite because your spleen is deficient, and you would depends on severity of your spleen deficient. You could have like loose stool. You can have a stool, even have a food, undigested food, because your spleen is so deficient. And the tongue usually is pale white with thin white coating. And then we have a Liu Junzi Tan Jia Jian, is basically tonify the spleen. And for the acupoints, you can add all the backshu points of the spleen stomach, add on stomach 36, right? And add on the Ren 12 to tonify the earth elements. And then the last one is kidney deficiency. So with the kidney deficiency caused the wheezing, is we have typical signs of kidney deficient is like you feel cold all the time, and then you have pale complexion, and you could have edema because the kidney is deficient. You have frequent urinations because kidney function is deficient. You can have sore back pain, weak knees, and stuff like that. And the tongue is pale with a tooth mark, and the pulse is deep and weak. So, and the formula wise, if your kidney is deficient, then for the acupuncture point, we add on the back shu of the kidney, UB23. We can add kidney 3, Yuan prime point. We can add the Qi Hai, Ren 6. We can add Ren 4, the Guan Yuan, right? So all the tonify herbs, 25 points. For herbs, we use the Jingui Shen Qi Wan. You foods, Rou Gui, to tonify the kidney yang. You use Shu Di to nourish in the kidney essence, the kidney gene. Shan Yao tonifies the lung, spleen, and kidney. And you use Mu Dan Pi, Ze Xie, Mu Dan Pi to balance out the heat from the foods, and Rou Gui Ze Xie to promote urination, and foodings also, and slightly to use those milder to promote urination. So if you have a severe yang deficiency, then we use the like the deer horn, the sliced deer horn, 肉苁蓉营养货. If you have kidney yin deficiency, then we use the 麦门冬百合白沙参, and even 龟板胶, all those in nourishing, deficient heat clearing herbs. Any question for this? No, we're good? Okay, next one, vomiting. Okay, vomiting is basically the organs involved is stomach, and it can be involving spleen and liver. That's basically the three organs mainly involved. The symptoms for vomiting is on page 37, English on page 38. Vomiting or O2 in Chinese is a common symptom seen in the clinic. It can exist independently or be seen together with other symptoms from many diseases. In TCM, vomiting involves two main symptoms, O, which is a loud wrenching sound without vomiting, and 2 is thrown up silently. In most situations, they occur together or collectively named as O2. So in Western medicine, vomiting is seen in acute and chronic gastritis, gastric dilatation, cardiospasm, polyrospasm, gastroneurosis, cholestasis, and pancreatitis. So that's basically the Western cause of the vomiting, and also it can be neurologically, Meniere's disease can cause vomiting. and it can be physiological, like pregnant, can cause vomiting, psychological stress, anxiety, right? And some medications and all can cause the vomiting. So let me move the PowerPoint. Yeah, vomiting. So let's go through the etiology and pathogenesis for vomiting first. So for etiology again, let's always start with external evils. And this one, because it's affecting the earth elements of the 5 elements in our organs. So usually affecting the summer heat and dampness. That's usually caused that. And also we said we have turbid chi. And in this case, you can have a stomach flu viruses, right? And then you have the internal emotion, and affecting most is anger, stress. And then you have lifestyle. That's committing, adds on a lot. Can be overeating. It can be cold food, excessive of cold food and drink. Spicy food, alcohol, sweet and fatty foods, and could be unclean, sometimes raw food. They all can add on for the, and then you have others can be a weak spleen and stomach to start with, and you can be suffer from chronic disease, and often overtired body. That's all all 4 aspects of the etiology can add on the vomiting. So for the pathogenesis we have is, what we understand is because it's usually between stomach, and stomach is again, the normal stomach function is descending. Once you affect it as descending, then you start have vomiting problems. Okay, so external evils, especially damp, stomach heat, those are attacked directly because earth elements, right? Its dampness belongs to earth elements. And then you have the spleen here, or stomach spleen here, then you improper lifestyle. Right, like we listed the overeating, the eating sweetie, fatty foods, everything can affect the normal function of the stomach as well. And we have the liver. Once your liver stagnated, your liver chi rebel, and it's then there's no descending stomach chi to rebels. Now you have vomiting again, right? And then, yeah, basically. Then that's affect the proper descending of stomach chi. Now you're having vomiting. So external, improper lifestyle, liver, they all attack the stomach, influences the proper descending of stomach chi and cause the vomiting. So let's do the syndrome differentiation. So for vomiting, now it's on page 37. So what we have for vomiting general principle points is we do the pericardium 6 because it is the command points for chest and the stomach. We do stomach 36, and we have Ren 12. Those are basically the general treatments. Okay, let me get my notes out for this one. So the first one we talked about is so we go through the etiology. So the first one, let's look at the herbs, is a phlegm accumulation. Okay, so a phlegm accumulation, and what we have here is think about a phlegm accumulate cause the vomiting. So you have vomit for sure, and usually have a abdominal epigastric fullness distension and loss of appetite, right? And then you feel like sometimes even people would have like sweet, that like really greasy taste in their mouth. And then you have dizziness, foggy head, and you have your tongue coating would be greasy and it would be moist, and your tongue body can be fat, and then your pulse is slippery or wiry. So this all indicates you have phlegm in your stomach and cause the vomiting. And so if you have phlegm, so for our acupoints, so besides our principal points, and you have to add on the stomach 40. It's very well known for to transform phlegm. Then you add on the back shu of stomach, and you can add on the shang one, is Ren 13. Those are descending and prevent vomiting. If you have a foggy head, then you can add on the GB20, right? And if it's really vomiting like seriously, and you can add on again, you can add this the Tian-Tu to descend that rebel of stomach qi. So formula in this case is Tan Yin Nei Ting. We usually can use Chen Tang. Chen Tang we talked about in our phlegm caused cough as well. So you use Ban Xia Chen Pi Fu Ling Zhi Gan Cao, the simple formula. This we usually, again, if you have phlegm, this has to be a non-heat type of phlegm. Then you can use pungent to dry the phlegm, and to use to move the middle jiao qi to get rid of phlegm. So the second one is the liver attacking the stomach. It's leaving liver qi attacking the stomachs. Formula is on 42. You acupuncture on 37, number 4. Liver attacking the stomach. You're good? Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. So liver attacking the stomach, and thinking about now we're involving the liver and stomach organ. So besides your vomiting, the vomit can be caused severe or aggravated by emotion. And so you basically had an also acid reflux, indigestion. The most classic signs, irritability, anger, frustration. And then you can have have that liver have this, we talked about the plum pit qi stuck in your throat. And then you have your coating, your tongue could be normal in this case, or slightly red on the tip or on the sides. And then your pulse can be wiry or slippery. So for liver attacking the lung, then we add on the liver 3, we add on the liver 14, and to soothe the liver, and we added the GB34 and to also to soothe the liver and gallbladder, and to treat that. And for the formula, we use 四七汤和左金丸to combine these two formulas to treat. So basically, we also can use 越菊丸. So basically, you want to use 乌珠鱼, which is warming herbs, goes to liver channel to descend the liver qi. And in order to prevent it to be too pungent and warming, we added the huanglian. So this one is a very good formula to treat liver attacking stomach or spleen, causing the acid reflux. And you have used huangqing, zhuru, zhizi to clear the heat, and use houpu, 半夏茯苓生姜 to harmonize stomach to prevent the vomiting. Because of the liver qi stagnation, it can cause heat. Then you have constipation. Then you can use lactic, so like dahuan to promote the bowel movement. If already qi stagnation caused the blood stagnation, then you can add qishao, and you can add a lot of those dangui, jixue, and all those blood moving herbs. Okay, so the third one here is ganqi fang we talk about. Then the third one we'll talk about 脾胃虚寒. It's insufficient, deficient of spleen and stomach yang. So in formula it's on 43. In acupuncture in page 37. So in classic science, this is a deficient type caused vomiting. So basically, usually it can be chronic or intermittent nausea, and especially after eating, and you have poor appetite. You feel it takes a long time for food to digest, and tiredness, pale waxy face, and loose stools or diarrhea, and that's all the typical qi deficiency type, and then a lack of appetite, poor digestion, and your tongue could be pale and have a tooth mark, and your pulse can be weak and thready. So in this case, if it's deficient, then we add on the back shoe of the spleen and the stomach, UB20 and UB21. And we can add on stomach 36 as well to tonify the stomach, and then Ren 12 as well to tonify the stomach spleen. And in the formula, what we use is called 杀人半夏理中汤. So basically, this is a modification of 理中丸, which is used 党参、白竹, 黄芪、甘草 to harmonize the middle jiao to strengthening. But here it adds on 杀人. 杀人 is a aroma pungent herbs to help you to transform the phlegm, and 半夏 is also aroma pungent herbs, and especially with the strong descending qi descending functions to prevent the vomit. As well. So if you not only stomach and spleen qi deficient, but if already from this stomach spleen qi deficient is already chronically cause your kidney yang deficient, then you have to add on acornuts, and you can add cinnamon and dingshan, all those kidney yang tonifying herbs to strengthen your kidney yang. Because we said kidney yang is the root yang of the whole body, and that kidney yang comes up to warm up that spleen and stomach to have them proper function. So your spleen with the kidney yang, the spleen yang give you proper transportation, and with that kidney yang, your stomach has a stomach yang to rot to digest the food. Okay, so the next one we talked about is the 胃阴不足. In deficient, in acupuncture in page 37, and then herbal formulas on page 46. Okay, so the sign, now we're talking about the stomach indeficient cause the vomiting. So the clinical features can be chronic, recurrent, persistent, mild nausea, and it can be vague, dull, or burning epigastric pain, and feel better with pressure. And this following is the classic or typical characters for indeficient. You have dry mouth and throat. You have that gnawing hunger, like you feel hungry but not really. Then you have constipation, dry stool, especially the dry stools, and indicate that different kidney indeficient. And your tongue can be slightly red with thin or with a no coating, and your pulse can be thready and rapid. So if stomach in is deficient, and then we have nourishing the stomach in, right? So we can add on. And when you have stomach in deficient, usually there's deficient heat in the stomach. Then usually we can use stomach 44. It's in spring point. It's on page 37. So you can add on under point 6 the insufficient of the stomach in. So besides your principal treat points, you can add on stomach 44, which is a in spring point to clear the heat. You can add kidney 3. You can add a spleen 6, nourishing the in the body. Even you can use you can use the back shoe of the stomach and spleen. You can use stomach 36 and to tonify the stomach in. So that's and in formula we said we're using the 麦门冬汤. So in here you use 麦冬 and to nourishing 麦冬石斛 生地 和沙参, all these are in nourishing herbs. And at the same time, you use 芦根, 连翘, 薄荷, those heat clearing herbs as well. Because once your yin is deficient in a prolonged period of time, there is a heat comes up. Then you add the 半夏竹茹 to descend the qi to prevent vomiting. And also, if it's severe, then you add on the 枇杷叶. And the 玄附花, those also are descending herbs to prevent the vomit. If you have indeficient cause, there's not fluids in the body, especially in the large intestine, you have constipation, and then you add some seeds types of product to moist because they contains the oil in the seeds, so that can moist your intestine, promote your bowel movements such as 火麻仁和瓜蒌仁 and like that. So for vomiting, you can read on the measure of prevention and nursing care. So basically let the patients lie flat and let them rest, and there's no deep fried food, there's no cold food, raw food, and give them enough water to prevent them dehydrated. And if it's severe, then you have to go to the hospital and to give the IV to give them the proper fluids back into the body so they don't lose the electrolytes too much from their body. Okay, so and also go through the acupuncture, like spleen 4 is the confluent point of Chong vessel. We said Chong vessel when it's rebel, it attacks on the stomach. So when you needle in the spleen 4, it descends that rebel chi, and you can add on stomach 25 if there's distension in the stomach or constipation. If it's food retention, you can add on stomach 21 and stomach 25 as well. Okay, that's for vomiting. Any questions for that? Okay, so we'll move on to constipation. Constipation and the organs involved is stomach and large intestine. So the symptoms is on page 50. Constipation refers to difficulty defecating with the production of dry and impacted stools or even lack of defecation for over 3 or 4 days. In Western medicine, constipation results from medications of bowel dysfunction such as habitual constipation, intestinal neurosis, and recovery period from enteritis or weak constitution. Other diseases include those of the anus or rectum, such as anal fissure, hemorrhoids, or proctitis, and they may be treated as follows. So we look at that, the bio causes for the constipation Could be from your diet, right? Low fiber diets, lack of exercise, or even just poor bowel habits. And also mental emotion and depression, stress, and endocrine. If you have hypothyroidism, usually you tend to have constipation and medication as well, especially the common nose is like iron supplements and also opioids. Those are all very easily cause the constipation. Now let's go through the etiology. So for the etiology, and now very big part here is lifestyle. Basically, constipation is more internal disease, right? So there's no external evils anymore. So lifestyle, big part is diet. No spicy food, alcohol, cold food and drink, and it could be low fiber diet, and also less of exercise. Those all can cause constipation. Now you have emotion is a big one as well. Again, usually attack works on liver, anger, stress, which is liver. Then you have worry, overthinking, and that's your spleen. And then you have weak constitution. And elder age usually, you know, the blood achieved deficient, so then you can cause constipation, or your recovery from a long-term disease, your body is already weak. So those basically are the etiology of constipation we talked about. Okay, so now we can talk about now we can talk about the pathogenesis, how it's developed. Now we talk about the organ it's involved in stomach and large intestines. And stomach has to descend to large intestines, then you can push the waste out from your body. So when you have all those diet problems, right, is usually we said the spicy food, that one dries, creates heat, and the heat dries the fluids, and then again you don't have enough fluid in the body, so you have a very poor bowel movement, or you have cold food or drink. Cold food, and that usually creates cold lodges in the stomach and intestine. That can cause constipation as well. So that's cold type. And then you have another part is a emotion. We talked about the stress. And that's attack on the liver, and that's caused the qi stagnation. Once your qi stagnated and it starts attacking, the wood starts attacking on the earth, and you don't have the proper stomach descending qi anymore, so everything binds. And then you have the worry and overthinking, which attacks on the spleen, right? Once the spleen qi, it binds, also the whole middle jaw binds. There's no proper move anymore, so it affects on the stomach as well. And then the other big part we talk about is the weak constitution. Can be recovery of prolonged disease, can be the old age. Basically, already your stomach qi is always weak. There's not enough fluids or blood in the body anymore, so it's very hard for you to push the bowel movement. So when we're treating usually the old people or weak people, and besides of using a lot of laxatives, herbs, we add a lot of qi tonifier, even blood tonifier herbs to help them. So once you have that, this all affecting, there's improper or weak qi flow, improper, weak qi flow, and that causes your constipation. Basically, that one, there's no stomach descending the foods down anymore. There's no large intestine descending the waste out anymore. Then you get ended with constipation. Okay, so now we're differentiate. So constipation. My notes. So on our book, constipation is the acupuncture point is from page 50. So this is, we have some principal trig points is stomach 25, the front mu point of large intestine. We have jiggle is a well-known point for constipation. We have straight out stomach 28. We have guilai stomach 29. Those are all along the abdominal area, promote the movement of the area. And you have fumlong stomach 40 is also get rid of the dampness and phlegm. So the first one we have is heat accumulation cause constipation. So acupuncture is on page 50 and herbs on page 55. So once you have heat constipation, besides the fact that you would have every maybe 3-4 days go to the bathroom, you have other features. For example, your stool basically very hard and very dry, and sometimes like the petal shaped, and then your tongue usually is red, and sometimes it's and usually it's a dry yellow coating because you have heat, and your pulse can be slippery, full, and rapid, and sometimes people have a very full smell from their mouth. When they come to talk to you, it's already from a far distance. You already can smell it. So in this way, you clear the heat in the stomachs, and you use Li4, and you use stomach 44, which is an in spring points to clear the heat. And then you can add lower Hersey points of large intestine and stomach 37. You can to clear the heat, to promote the movement of the ball as well. Okay, so for this heat accumulation and the formula we're using is Mazarin one. So it's basically the apricot seed and linum formula. So in this one, it has some seeds, herbs to help to add the fatty oil to moist intestines, and you have shao, bai shaos are also it's a nourishing herbs, and you have 枳实、厚朴和大黄, and also those are herbs to descending the qi, and 大黄 not on descending is also very strong laxative to help you have a bowel movement. And you have here you have the apricot kernel, because we talked about this long and large intestine is related channels. So if you want to have a better bowel movement, usually we're descending the long qi, and also can help with the movement. If you have a severe damage of yin fluid, you add shen di, you add shen sheng和麦冬. And also if you has red eyes and irritability, then you want to clear the heat from the liver channel, you use the 牡丹皮和栀子. If you are bowel movement with the blood, you want to add 槐花和地榆 to clear the large intestine heat and also stop bleeding. So that's the first type, is heat accumulated constipation. The second one is the qi stagnation in the intestines. So the qi stagnation in the intestines So the symptoms, besides constipation, is constipation with a difficulty in passing stools, feels incomplete evacuation and sluggishness. So you have abdominal distension, discomfort or pain, which alleviate following a bowel movement. You can have fullness or tightness in the chest and hypochondria, poor appetite, frequent belching and signing, stiffness and tightness on the neck, and you can have a PMS syndromes, irregular menstruation, a very typical signs, a lot of typical signs for the liver qi stagnation. So, and your tongue can be normal, like pale red tongue with thin coating. Your pulse usually is wiry. So if that's the case, then we said is a qi stagnation, we need to fuse the liver qi. So we add on the liver 3 again, is on page 50. We add on liver 3, we can add on liver 14, we can add on Ren 12, all this to move the liver qi. So for formula, we use the 六模汤, it's on page 55. So basically you look like it's all pungent qi movement herbs. And then 乌药, 木香, 枳实 和沉香, they're all warming. And 槟榔 and 大黄, it's descending the qi to help you have a bowel movement. So if you already qi stagnation have a heat, you have bitterness in your throat, and you add 黄芩栀子 和龙胆草, even 虎杖. If you have that causing vomiting or belching, you can use 半夏, 玄附花 和代赭石 to descend that rebel qi. If you already affecting your blood, your qi stagnation already cause your blood stasis, and you add 桃仁、红花、赤白芍 or 赤芍 to move the blood. And the third one is retention of in cold cause constipation. It's not on the acupuncture, but if you go to the herb on page 55, it says retention of in cold cause the stagnation. So let's look at the symptoms we have for the cold stagnation. So basically you have constipation. Now we talked about from the etiology, usually it's the cold food and a drink, or usually live in a cold area that can cause the cold type of constipation. And what other symptoms besides constipation come along with would be copious clear urine, and you can have cold extremities because you have cold lodged, and you have abdominal pain, which is better with warmth and aggravated with the cold, and you don't aversion to cold food and cold drinks, and you have pale complexion, you can have cold backache or knees, and your tongue is pale and can be with the tooth marks, and your pulse is deep and slow. So in this case, for acupuncture, we should all the main the front to move back shoe points of stomach and spleen, and even like the kidney, we can use moxa because you're already cold lodged. So heavily use moxa to disperse that cold to warm up your body. And for formula wise, we said we use 大黄附子汤. So basically you have the aconite, you have xixing, and you have dry ginger, you have 小茴香. Those are all interior warming herbs. And you have 枳实, it's qi descending herbs. You have 大黄 is descending as all laxatives to help you with your bowel movement. And you hope 木香 is warming and also to help the qi movement in the middle and the lower jaw. If it's a severe cold and you have like you already identified some degrees with the kidney yang is affected, then you can add on the cinnamon, you can add 乌药 to tonify that kidney. The fourth is spleen qi deficiency caused constipation. So spleen qi deficiency, it's not on your acupuncture, but if your herb book is on page 55 and 56. kidney qi deficiency. So think about qi deficiency. You're basically constipation with the stools that are difficult to pass, but are generally not dry and hard. And so especially after your bowel movement, you feel very tired. It's like tire you out, and you have a pale complexion, fatigue, soft voice, reluctant to speak, and spontaneous sweating. All the qi deficiency types, and especially spleen qi deficiency, and then you have a poor digestion, no appetite, and all this. So your tongue should be pale and swollen with a tooth mark, and then pulse is weak and deep. So if your spleen qi is deficient, and then besides our general points we talked about, you can add on backshow of spleen, UB20, and you can add spleen 3 to tonify the spleen, stomach 36, right? And you can, and especially if it's already not only qi deficient, if you sense as there's yang deficient, use moxa on those points as well. So for qi spleen deficiency, we said we're going to use the huang qi tang jiajian. You look at the formula, basically is huang qi dang shen. It's all qi tonify, and you have huo ma ren. It's is a seed. Again, the fatty oil can moist the intestines. You have dang gui. It's add blood, add the the nourishment in your intestine to help you to have, and also the honey can help you with the bowel movement. If it's a lot severe qi deficient and cause the prolapse of anus, then you add shenma, chaihu, jigen. Those are qi raising herbs. And if it's really dry, you add on the yuli ren, apricot kernel, rou cong rong. Those are more tonifying, moisturizing herbs for your bowel movement. The fifth one is deficiency of blood and body fluid. And so in this way, blood and body fluid deficiency, and on your acupunctures on page 50, right, you basically add on stomach 36 and spleen 6 on your general treatments. And then you can add on, because you can, liver is also the organ to store the blood, so you can add the backshow of liver, exactly, to help with the movement. And when have you UB17 geshu, it's the hui point of the blood. It also can help the production of blood to moist intestines, right? And you can use spleen 10. It's regulate and nourish blood, all the blood related points. And so the symptoms, and you have usually dry skins. It could be poor memory, forgiveness, like because blood deficient. Even can be palpitation, dizziness, insomnia, numbness or tingling in the limbs, all the blood deficiency signs. It could be a pale thin coating of the tongue, and the pulse is thready and weak. So in this way, the herbs you use is renchang one. So renchang, the moist to lubricate intestines. So how we lubricate intestines? So you have dangui, you have shendi, you have huomaren, taoren, heshu, boziren. All those are blood tonify, and all seeds, herbs to add the moist into the intestines. And then you have the zhike, and you have dahuan, is our descending herbs to promote the bowel movement, because dahuan is one of the laxatives you can use. So if you already blood deficiency cause the heat, you can add zhimu. Zhimu is heat clearing and in nourishing herbs. You add a hu huang lian, is the deficiency heat clearing herbs, right? If you have then again basically focuses on blood tonify and add a lot of seeds to moist intestine, help with the bowel movement. The last one is pi shen yang xu. It's deficiency of spleen yang and kidney yang. And this we equals to on page 50, point 5, the cold types of constipation. Then right besides the general points, you can add the shen chui, you can add the guan yuan, especially in here you use the moxa on it. So you use moxa on it. You can add the back shu points also of kidney and spleen and moxa them on as well. So so the symptoms is you have constipation and you have spleen yang deficiency symptoms, which is could be diarrhea, lack of appetite, and indigestion. You have kidney yang deficiency symptoms as well as frequent urine, even night urinations, and you always feel cold, and weak back, weak knee. All those are typical signs. And then for formula reset, we use the jichuanjian. So basically, you're using the dry ginger, the acronut, the cinnamon, the roucongrong, all those to warm the kidney yang and warm the spleen yang. Then you add the roucongrong, huainiuxi, and zhike. Those are 肉苁仁 is moist intestine. 肉苁仁和当归, one is tonify the kidney at the same time, moist intestines. 当归 is nourishing the blood, moist intestine. Then here you have the 怀牛膝 和止咳, it's guiding the qi goes down, help you with the bowel movement. If you have kidney yang deficient cause too many times of night urine, you add the jingyin wu yao. These are the kidney warming but astringent herbs to stop the urination. And if you have constipation and cause more pain, then you have use yan hu suo, and mu xiang is qi movement herbs to stop the pain. Okay, so that's constipation. Any questions? So let's quickly go through diarrhea. I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's take 7 minutes and come back. Then we'll go through diarrhea. Then we'll take a break. No, go, no problem.
It's much better with this one. 1,000 times better.
So now we're talking about diarrhea. So it's on page 58. So the diarrhea we have is organs is included. It's basically spleen, stomach, large intestine, and small intestine. Those are main organs included in talking about diarrhea. So the symptoms is on page 59. We can read through. So diarrhea, or 泻 in Chinese, refer to abnormal frequent loose stools or even liquid fecal discharges. The first 泻 means loose stool, and the second 泻 means watery stool. In Western medicine, diarrhea is considered as acute and chronic enteritis, gastrointestinal dysfunction, allergic enteritis, ulcerative colitis, intestinal tuberculosis, and irritable bowel syndrome. So basically, in the bile causes, it can be acute, even with viral bacterial infection, food poisoning, and medication. They all can cause diarrhea, especially medication like antibiotics. They definitely for sure cause diarrhea. And the chronic IBS, lactose intolerance, right? And you have inflammation, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, all those can cause diarrhea. So now let's quickly go through the etiology for diarrhea, like really fast. So we have external, then you have damp, usually again because it's the earth element, usually damp is the one affect the earth. Then you have damp heat. Okay, the internal, we have the emotion. Usually it's anger, it's your worry, overthinking. Then we have diet, which is another big part. Then it's unclean food and overeating, spicy, sweet, fatty, and this is cold food and drink. Those all cause. And then the third one, diarrhea, can be recovery from long-term disease, right, and weak constitution. Those all can cause the diarrhea. So this is basically your etiology. Can you take a picture of that?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. So this is external, internal, emotion, diet, recovery from lung disease, and weak constitution.
Thank you.
So now this is also about the middle jaw. So we have a spleen here needs to ascend, the clear nutrient. We have stomach needs to descend. When this functions not properly, the middle jaw you have the problems. So the external, then either it's cold or heat, it's attacked to spleen stomach directly. And also you have from the diet wise, especially is unclean food, cold food, and then that usually cause a coldness affecting the spleen stomach can cause diarrhea. However, if you overdose with heat food, with alcohol, and this or overeating, this stagnation can cause heat. Then this heat is affecting your stomach and spleen, then you have the damp heat type of diarrhea. And then if you're recovering from disease or you have constitutional is weak, this one already make you have a weak spleen and stomach as affecting your proper flow of these two organs. Then again, you can have a diarrhea. Then think about anger, typical on the liver Qi valve, attacks on the spleen stomach, or you have worry or overthinking. It's caused the spleen Qi to bind. Then again, you don't have the proper the cause. At the end, the cause is improper TNT function of the spleen. Now you have a diarrhea. Okay? Transport and transportation. So yeah, that's the TNT. Yeah, transport and transportation. And that's the TNT. So that's basically the pathogenesis of your diarrhea. And then now let's quickly go through the differentiation for the diarrhea. Then you have acute diarrhea and you have chronic diarrhea. If caused by damp together with the heat or cold, food accumulation or unclean food, these types of evils usually cause the chronic, acute diarrhea. So it's excessive type. If it's caused by spleen deficiency, kidney deficiency, and even liver Qi stagnation, this usually cause the chronic diarrhea. It's basically deficient type. Okay,
so how do you differentiate between the time when it becomes acute to chronic? So I've seen different people say different things.
Yeah. So basically, the acute is basically onset. Onset is very acute. You suddenly have loose stool.
Timeline though, like when it goes into chronic, when do you differentiate that now it's no longer acute, but it becomes
I would say probably
more than what?
over month. I would say month.
Not oh, that long.
Or no, let's not say a month. If it's intermittent, like you don't do it every day like that, once in a while you have a loose stool, let's say a month. But you've had every day, every single day, I would say if it's 2 weeks maximum, you're looking at a kidney yawn and spleen yawn, all this deficiency, like around 2 weeks and stuff. And especially look at the stools. If there's no foul smell, and then it's just a lot of undigested food. There's no pus, there's no blood. Now you're looking at chronic type and cause, right? So it has on your bowel as well. You have to check. And so So the acute diarrhea, we use the principal points is stomach 25, front move, large intestine, and 上肢虚 lower receive large intestine, 阴陵泉 and 水分, both are good points to get rid of the dampness in the water in your stool. If it's chronic type, then we use the 神阙, Ren 8. We use stomach 25, stomach 36, and you use stomach 4 as well. And to basically, those are tonify, strengthen the body to treat the chronic type of diarrhea. So the first type we talked about, let me find my note. The first type is a look at the herb book. Herb types is the cold and dampness blocking the middle jaw. Okay, so it's cold dampness. So when you have the dampness, so you basically bodies feel heavy. So you would have diarrhea with maybe a lot of mucus. And if it's cold, then it's elevate. So it becomes better if you put heating blankets or apply warmth to your stomach, and basically heaviness, sluggish, and foggy head, and your coating is greasy white coating, and your pulse can be slippery. So what we're treating for this, besides the general acupoints, is you can add on the back shelf large intestine. We talked about the 阴陵泉, and actually you can use a 止泻. There's extra points called 止泻. It's located halfway between Ren 8 and the pubic bone. So if it's cold damp, you use moxa. So basically all the front points we talked about around abdomen, if it's cold dampness, you can use moxa. For the herbal formula, we use 藿香正气散. So basically these are all the warming, pungent, aromatic herbs where you can transfer the cold dampness. And then you add it on baizhu, and you add it on 紫苏叶. Those are benefits with your spleen, benefits with your digestion. And you have a dafupi also is the qi moving herbs to harmonize your middle jaw. So if you have exterior evil, so you add on the ginger fanfeng to expel the exterior evil. And then you can add the baidu kou or sharon to strengthening the middle jaw, harmonizing digestion promoting functions. And then you can add, sometimes you can add a roasted ginger as well to warm the middle jaw. The second is the 暑湿, it's damp heat damaging the middle jaw. So it's damp heat. So damp heat, compare with the damp cold before. So you would have full smelling hot diarrhea with a burning sensation at the anus, and you could have fever, especially afternoon fever. You have restlessness, irritability, and you have a concentrated yellow urine, thirst. Your coating would be greasy but yellow. Your tongue body can be red, and your pulse should be slippery and rapid. And in this case, with the acupoints, besides using the principal points, we can add on like LI 11. We can add on stomach 44, and to clear the heat. And we can even add on the UB40 and to clear the damp heat, causing the diarrhea. So for formula, we're using the 葛根芩连汤. Basically, we use 黄芩, 黄连, 蒲公英, 连翘, 金银花, all those heat clearing herbs to promote the heat and the dampness, get rid of the heat in your body. Then you use the 薏苡is promote urination, and then 连翘is also take the heat going through the small intestine, urination to clear the heat. And 葛根and here is to we said about you have turbid descending, but in Chinese medicine you need to raise up the clear qi as well. So 葛根 in here to raise up the clear qi, and so you stop with that uplifting clear qi can stop your diarrhea. So if you have a lot of dampness causing the fullness in the chest, you can add 石菖蒲. If you have indigestion of food, you add 神曲、麦芽和山楂. If there's a lot of pain, you add 盐胡治石. If there's blood in your bowel movement, you eat 地鱼 and also 槐花 clear the heat and also stop the bleeding. But if usually it's a damp heat type, and we usually let the ball to go through. You don't actually use any herbs to astringent to stop that diarrhea until the evils went away. So the third one is liver attacking spleen. So liver attacking spleen. So basically, typical overactive liver sign. It can be hypochondria, discomfort, irritability, depression, and then because it's affecting the spleen, so you have poor appetite, you have diarrhea, and you have with the liver you can have a menstrual symptoms, and your tongue can be normal. If your liver, it's not only liver qi stagnation but heat, then it has you have a red edge and your pulse can be wiry. So in here, besides all the principal points, we can add liver 14, liver 3, even liver 13 to soothe the liver and gallbladder, and we can add on the pericardium 6 as well to soothe the chest and the intestine. So formula, we use the 通泻药方. You use the white peony to soothe the liver, and you use Baizhu and Chenpi and Fangfeng to strengthen the spleen. Also, it's a wind qi moving herbs, and so you add the Chai Hu Danshen to tonify and Chai Hu to soothe the liver, and add the Yi Ren and to drain those water through urination to dry out the bowel movement. That's what we believe the theories in Chinese medicine. The third one is deficiency of spleen and stomach. So deficiency, you have all the qi deficiency signs: diarrhea with poor appetite, weak body, weak voice, pale skin, and weight loss, and your tongue can be with the tooth mark, and your pulse deep and weak. And then the formula we're using, the Shenling Baizhu San, basically all the herbs strengthening the middle jiao, and you add the urine and to promote urination to dry the blood. Okay, the last, do you want to take a break now? Let's come back, continue, or you want to finish this one? So the last one is Shenyang Xu Shuai. The second last one is kidney yang deficiency. So with the kidney yang deficiency, the signs besides it's typical kidney yang deficiency, diarrhea. It could be, we said, the early morning diarrhea. Every morning around 5 o'clock, you would have the diarrhea, and you have a weak kidney, and so we have a weak backache, weak knees. You have frequent urination. Could be a lot of times of a night urine. Those are signs of kidney yang deficiency. And then besides the principal points, we add the back shoe points of the stomach, the spleen, like UB20, UB21, UB23, and we can use DU20, and we add the moxa on them to rise up that yang, rise the qi. And the formula we use is 4神丸. Basically, it's kidney toning herbs, and then qi toning herbs, and add on 赤石脂, which is mineral types of herbs to astringent prevent the diarrhea. The third one is qi and yin deficiency type. The last one is qi and yin deficiency type. And so you have qi deficiencies, weak body, poor appetite, no energy. You have yin deficiency, could be night sweat, five center heats, and your tongue could be small, thin tongue with very little or very little or even no coating, and your pulse should be weak and really deep. So for this, and you, besides all the Qi tonify points like stomach 36, back shu of spleen, stomach, and kidney, and Ren 6, you can add on the Yin tonify points as well, such as spleen 6, such as kidney 3, such as kidney 6 to tonify the Yin as well. So in this case, we said we use 生脉散和六君子汤. So basically, the 6 gentleman decoction is a Qi tonify formula, and the 生脉散has 位子和脉门冬, so it's nourishing the Yin while you are tonify the Qi. So it adds on the 知母, it's also as in tonify heat clearing herbs. And it has the shan yao, is tonify the Yin of lung, spleen, and kidney. So if you have already deficiency heat, you use the qing hao in chai fu to clear it. If you have affecting your sleep, then you add suan zao ren, ye jiao ten. And if you have dizziness, then you add tian ma zhen zhu mu. If it's a chronic diarrhea, the chronic means there's no foul smell. There's no pus, and it's like long time. Every morning you have this kidney yang or Yin and Qi deficiency type of diarrhea. Then you can add 赤石脂和鱼羽粮. Both are two minerals. It binds on it coats on your intestines and absorbs the water to prevent you have diarrhea. Okay. I think, and that's it for this morning. So we come back and finish the rest. Okay? Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Activated charcoal does that too, right?
Sorry?
Activated charcoal does that.
Yes,
too.
yes.
Works really well.
Basically, it's just coat on your.
Is that what you're talking about?
It's a different, but it's. Okay, now next one we're talking about is diabetes. Yes, I did. Thank you for reminding. So the diabetes, and it's mostly like Western terms. In Chinese medicine, we're talking about the 消渴. Diabetes. Yes, in page 67. Yeah, in Chinese medicine, we call it the 消渴. So it's called wasting and thirst syndrome. So 消 means wasting and 渴 means thirst. So in Chinese, it is a disease characterized by excessive drinking, eating, excessive urination, a thin body, or turbid sweet urine. There are 3 types of this syndrome, including upper, middle, and lower wasting thirst, according to different syndrome. It is referred to as diabetes in Western medicine. So in Chinese medicine, for this one, the organs included, if it's a upper jiao, wasting and thirst, usually we say it's lung organ related. If it's middle jiao, then it's usually stomach and spleen. If it's lower jiao, and usually it's kidney. So now let's go through the etiology and pathogenesis for this. So diabetes, unless if you are genetic, it's a lot related to diet and lifestyle, right? So, but from Chinese medicine point of view, the etiology, it can be the constitutional, and usually you have just born with the deficiency. So in your older life, it's easier to develop into diabetes, and then diet, a big one. Any fatty food, sweet food, a lot of starch, spicy, and alcohol, all those can contribute on the diabetes. Then another one is the internal emotion. Again, repeat, it's either anger, goes to the liver, I have the overthinking and worry, which affect your spleen. And then we have the kidney drainage. Your kidney drainage, can be the overactive sexual drive, and can be too many give birth, or too many births, like give birth to kids. Those all called damage your kidneys. So that's basically what 4 aspects of the etiologies, which can damage and causing your body to get the diabetes. So let's look at the pathogenesis. Then we have, basically we said in Chinese medicine, we think diabetes usually is caused by N deficient. So you usually is caused N deficient, and you have deficient type of heat. Okay, so let's see what can contribute. Your diet can be already have excessive heat accumulation, then that can cause indeficient. Your emotion, your anger, your worry, all this can cause the qi stagnation, and thus qi stagnation can create heat, and heat damage your yin. And again, of your overactive sexual, overactive, or excessive childbirth. That's also not only that's damaging in, it can damage your essence damage, and also cause your yin deficient. Right, so once you have that yin deficient, then you can have a further develop, you can have a qi deficient as well, because yin is the mother of the qi, right? Blood is the mother of qi. The yin deficient causes qi deficient, and then eventually you would have yin and yang both deficient. At the very final age, both yin and yang are deficient. So that's the etiology. Now we can break down the symptoms we see. Okay, as we said, the upper jaw is affecting the lung, middle jaw, the spleen, and stomach, and the lower jaw is the kidney. So let's see the upper jaw, the symptoms. We have the upper jaw, which usually is contribute to lung affected, and with the lung affected, then you have thirst. And that's why the shower, the wasting and thirst come up. You have thirst. With the middle jaw, then usually you have a stomach fire. And that's where your excess hunger come from. Okay? Then because you have heat here, then you don't have enough nourishment in the body, so you usually have a thin body built. Right? Because the heat, you can have a thin body built. And look at the lower jaw. Usually is the kidney get affected. Right? When we have the kidney, and when the kidney get affected, that's why the kidney is open into the, we said the 2 in, basically controls the urination, right? So once your kidney get affected, that's why you have the kidneys not have a proper function of controlling the urination, then you have the frequent urination. So that's basically the upper, middle, the lower jaw. That comes into the different symptoms for the 3 jaws. Then we're going to break down some kidney symptom differentiation. Okay?
Yeah. I'm sure you see a lot of kidney high blood pressure problems with the last one.
Yes, definitely. Again, they usually, if you affect the kidney, that's usually the later age, right? Yeah. So if we look at the note on page 67, we have a general treatments points, acupoints. So the first one is it's an extra point. It's called 胃脘下腧. Is also we call it as a spleen. Pancreas shu. So the back shu points for pancreas, especially used for diabetes. And we have used the back shu of lung, back shu of spleen, back shu of kidney, and San Yin Jiao and Tai Shi both leads in nourishing points. So this one to address that excessive deficient, address that indeficiency and that deficient heat symptoms we have in diabetes. So now we look at different syndrome differentiations. Okay, so besides, you can read on the notes, besides the acupuncture, you can use the ear acupunctures. Basically, you target, again, the kidney, the lung, the stomach, and you can do the endocrine. You can use target on the ear acupuncture on the pancreas, all this. And also, I think diet is a really big part for diabetes. Avoid the starch, like all the sugary starch products, and have a healthy diet and regularly exercise. And also when we're doing acupuncture, be careful, is because at the end, chronic diabetes patients, they have a diminished nerve sensation. So sometimes if you do needling, first it's very hard for the body to stop bleeding, and they're prone to get infections. So when you needle, and have to be careful in this case. So the first type we talked about is the fluid consumption to lung heat. Basically, it's the upper jaw diabetes. So with the upper jaw diabetes, if you look at page 67, so we add on lung 9, which is a shu stream, yuan prime points on the lung channel to tonify the lung. We also add on heart 8, clear that heat in the upper jaw. And also we talked about you add on the back shu of lung. And if you just a lot of heat, like a dry heat, and then you can add on the lung 10 to clear that heat as well. And the formula we're using is 消可方和二冬汤. So 二冬汤 we talked about is 麦冬和天冬. They're both the nourishing herbs. 消可方, and you have added shen di, it's in nourishing. Sha shen is in nourishing. And 知母和天花粉 is clear the heat, also added the fluids. And also Gegen is rising and raising up that clear fluid, the clear qi up from your stomach and spleen to try to nourish your upper jaw. Then you have the Huanglian and Huangqing. And comparing is these are like heat clearing bitter herbs to clear that heat. So if you have a lot of dryness in the mouth, you need to drink a lot. Then you add on shihu. And if you have like constipation, you can add on jueming. It's heat or new pounds. They're all good because it's heat clearing herbs, and also it's seeds. It's add that moist in your intestines. And if you have like full pulse, rapid pulse, and your the tongue coating is yellow and dry, and that's usually you can add on gypsums. So for the lung heat types, I think the syndromes, besides usually, nowadays we go to yearly checkup with your doctor, you find out your blood sugar level is high, glucose level is high, and plus that you have excessive thirst, like a lot of people, they drink constantly, and but still feel thirsty, and then they usually have a very thin tongue, red ton, especially the tip is red and very thin and even no coating, and the pulse, even it's fast, but it's relatively thin because you have indeficient. And with the lung heat, it sometimes can cause dry cough as well. And with the lung heat, because the lung disperse the Weiqi and also the moist to your pores and the body hair, then you usually get very dry skin as well for this type of diabetes patients. The second type is the stomach fire, excessive fire in stomach. So in acupoints, it's at page 67. We call this the middle jiao. The middle jiao is the stomach. It has excessive fire in stomach, so we use stomach 44. It's a Jing in spring points, and also use spleen 8 as DG. Use 2 points to nourish the middle jiao fluid and also clear the stomach heat to reduce this kind of excessive stomach heat symptoms. And with the excessive fire in the stomach, besides your blood sugar level is high, you have excessive hunger, like you feel you're hungry all the time and you're eating all the time. And for this type of patients, usually can get constipation, very dry stools. With that heat in the stomach, you usually have cankers in your mouth, or you have a swollen red gums, like you got gum infections, cankers, and those are easily. And with the stomach fire, because we say the forehead is the yangming channel. With a lot of stomach fire, you tend out to break out on your forehead with the agony and stuff like that. So that's the points we add on, especially stomach 44, and you can add Li 11 and any heat clearing points, Li4, all the heat clearing points. And then the formula we use is Yuni Jian modified. So we look at the herbs. We have heat clearing herbs as the raw gypsum and the zhizi. And we have heat clearing herbs add on the fluids, nourishing in the same time. We have zhimu, we have shendi huang, we have xuanshen, and we have in nourishing herbs like maimendong. At the same time, we use niuxi, and is also a guiding the fire in the stomach going down because it gets descending the qi, so it guides the stomach fire down. With the xuanshen not only cooling and nourishing, but it also promote the bowel movement as well, together with the niuxi. If you have constipation, you can add the mangshao and dahuang. If your stomach fire is or flare up, is affecting your gums and is painful, swollen gums, you can add huangqing, you can add huanglian, and all those can beneficial. And the third type is deficiency of kidney yin. So this is the type we called on page 67. It's called the lower jiao shao, the lower shao, so affecting kidney yin. So in this, besides our principal points, we add on fu liu, we add on taichung. Taichung basically is harmonizing the liver, and fu liu is a kidney points you can nourishing the yin. And at the side, this points also added to stop sweating, stuff like that. And also you can add on kidney 3, kidney 6, spleen 6, all the good in nourishing points as well here. So with the kidney yin deficiency, what you have the symptoms besides the diabetes, and you would have kidney yin deficiency. You would have a deficiency heat. For example, you had night sweat. You will have 5 center heat, and your sole, your palm, your chest would feel hot at night. And with the yin deficiency, you can have a dry hair as well, because we say the hair is extension of your blood, and with the kidney deficiency, that can definitely damage your hair. And you could have very like small red tongue with very thin or even no coating, and your pulse usually would be deep or thready and fast. And also with the kidney, think about you would have a lower back pain, weak knees, and all this kind of kidney deficiency type of symptoms. So talk about the acupuncture. Now we add the herbal formulas. We're using the modified 六味地黄汤. So 六味地黄汤, how do we modify? The original is formula is 山茱萸 and 熟地黄 and plus 山药. So here is, we're not using the 熟地黄, the processed. We're using the raw ones because now you already have an deficiency. So instead of add the essence, 熟地黄is more warming. You want to use the raw one. Then you add the yin to nourishing the cooling. And then you have the 枸杞子 to tonify the kidney yin as well. And you have the 泽泻和茯苓 to promote urination, to drain the heat out. And you have 牡丹皮 to cool the blood, cool the heat. So if you, because of kidney deficiency, you have insomnia, and you can add 知母和黄柏, then becomes 知柏地黄丸. You can have 龙骨和牡蛎. Those are heavy herbs. They calm the mind and helps you to sleep. And 龟板 is also a nourishing, deficiency in heat clearing herbs. So if you have excessive urination, and then we want to use the 薏苡仁、覆盆子和五味子, some of those kidney tonified but astringent herbs to stop the excessive urination. If you, because of the diabetes, you feel tired, shortness of breath, all this, and then we add 党参和黄芪, astragalus, and also the ginseng to tonify the qi. The fourth one is deficiency of both qi and yin. So in this, on acupuncture is on page 67. So with the qi yin deficiency, we add Chenjiang, we add on Ren 23, Ren 24, and Jingjing和玉叶. Those were the 2 points underneath the sublingual vein. Usually I don't needle it at all. So, but this way you add Lianquan和Chenjiang, it's moist. Add some fluids in your mouth, but also you're gonna add on kidney 6 and all those nourishing points, which are really good. So for the symptoms, when you have the yin and qi deficiency, you feel tired all the time, and you have no strength, and at the same time, you could have a night sweat, and your tongue can be red with very thin coating, and your pulse usually is very deep. And that's all the typical signs of a qi yin deficient. And we treat with very representative formulas, 生脉散. That one is 人参麦冬和五味子. You use the ginseng to tonify the qi, and 麦门冬和五味子 to nourishing the yin. And you add the 增液汤. Then you add 增液汤, usually is the 生地黄, 玄参和麦冬 to nourishing the fluid, nourishing the yin. At the same time, and you add on the Gegen. Gegen is said to raise the clear qi from your yangming channel to nourishing the upper body. You have 天花粉, the heat clearing in fluid nourishing herbs. You have Bai Shao, also is a very nourishing herb, and the Huang Jin is to tonify your kidney yin. So if it's more yin deficient types, predominant, you besides nourishing, you want to use the ginseng and 知母 to clear some of those empty heat. If it's more heat, qi deficient, and then you add astragalus and ginseng to tonify the qi heavily. The fifth type is the 阴阳两虚, is the deficiency both yin and yang. So it's on acupuncture on page 67. So with the indeficiency of yin and yang, we usually use a lot of points we said is on the low abdomen where our dantian qi is stored. So you're using the Guanyuan, the Ren 4, and you're using also the Mingmen. You can use undo 4, right, to tonify that kidney yang and tonify to really promote, to move that lower dantian qi to help your body, because usually the yin yang both are deficient. That's usually a very chronic condition, so it could be you're diabetic for years to develop into that, or you just have very weak body constitution in order to develop into that. So the formula we use is modified Shen Qi Wang. So we have acrinuts, we have cinnamon, we have processed Di Huang, and all this to add on to tonify that kidney yang. And we have the Huang Jing, also the Yin Yang Huo is also tonify the kidney yang. We have Fu Pen Zi, we have Huang Jing, all those to tonify the kidney yin. And also Xuan Shen, this is also heat clearing in nourishing herbs, and add the Mudan Pi heat clearing. And you use Ze Xie and Fu Ling to drain, promote urination to clear that heat, the deficient heat, promote urination. So once you are tonified at the same time, you promote a little bit of that promotion of urination, so there's no stagnation when you put the tonify herbs in the patient's body. So if you have back pains, right, back pains and soreness of the back, then you add a Du Zhong, Niu Xi, and Xu Duan. Those are very good kidney tonify herbs. They really work well with back pain. If you're aversion to cold, and you can add the Lu Jiao Pian. I don't use Ziheche because basically it's the uterus, so I don't use those. So if you have a pale or very some pale, but some people their face is really dry and dark, there's really deficient to a severe, then you want to add the shouhu, goujizi, gusui-bu. Or you have because of kidney yang deficient, you have diarrhea, then you add buguzhu or yizhiren. Those are the two kidney tonify astringent herbs you can use. The sixth is the deficiency of both qi and blood. If we look at the page on 67, so when you have qi and blood deficiency, then you want to add on qi and blood deficiency. You don't, well, you can add on the xuehai, spleen 10, you can on the UB17, right, the geshu to tonify the blood. And you can add kidney 6, the ones also nourishing the yin. But when you have a qi and blood deficiency, you're thinking about heavily tonify the spleen and the stomach, because they're the post-heaven sources for your energy, right? So you want to use the back shoe of spleen and stomach. You can use stomach 36, all those. And you can go back to your Ren 6, Ren 4 to promote that, the lower abdomen, the dantian qi as well. And for herbal formula, we said we're using gui pi tang and shen yu tang jiajian. So we have astragalus, we have ginseng, we have baizhu, and we have shu di. All those are baizhu, all those qi tonifying herbs. And we have shu di is also tonify the essence, the yin. We have dangui is also nourishing the blood. And we have shan yao is nourishing the yin from lung, stomach, and kidney. And while we're using all those qi and blood tonify herbs, and we add some tianhua fen to clear the heat if there's any excessive heat. comes up or there's any lack of fluid in the body, and then we use Gegen as well. As we mentioned before, Gegen as the herbs goes to Yangming channel to promote that fluid, nourishing fluid from the Yangming channel to moist, the upper jaw. And if the severe blood deficiency, you can use Jiao. And if it's severe, and use Jiao and at the same time heavily promote the qi tonifying herbs such as astragalus and ginseng, because qi is the guidance for the blood. So if you want to tonify the blood, you want to tonify the qi as well. And if you have diabetes, then you reduce the dangui, because dangui nourishes the blood. It can promote the large intestine bowel movement as well, and you can add on the yiren, 则泻和木香 to promote urination, dry the water from the bowel movement so you don't have diarrhea. The seventh part is a phlegm stagnation, blood stasis. So that one's on page 67. When you have phlegm stagnation, blood stasis, and you want to add on the phlegm stagnation, we can add on stomach 40, right? That's get a phlegm and dampness, and you can use Ren 12, stomach 36, and to try to promote the function of the stomach spleen to help you to dissolve in that phlegm. Also, if you have blood stasis, now we'll talk about you want to use spleen 10. You want to use a UB17, all the blood moving points to move the blood as well. So for this type of syndrome differentiation, the formulas you're using is 温党汤和桃红四物汤. So for 温党汤, so basically for 温党汤, it's a typical formula to clear the heat from liver and gallbladder and descending the rebel liver qi and rebel liver and gallbladder liver qi. And then 桃红四物汤 basically is a formula to move the blood and remove the blood stasis, right? So you have the 竹茹, you have 胆南星, you have 枳实. All those are descending herbs and also help get rid of phlegm. And you have 桃仁, 红花, 川芎, 当归. Those are all blood-moving herbs. If you have a lot of blood stasis, you can add on the 水蛭, which is an animal plant. If you prefer not using animal herbs, and then you can use 三棱和鹅竹, which is also blood dispersing herbs. And 泽兰 is also another blood dispersing herbs. So if the stagnation, either the blood, let's see, either the blood or phlegm is up at your head in the brain and cause you like foggy thoughts and all this, and you can add 石菖蒲和郁金. If it's in your heart, and you can add the 瓜络. You can even add the 血白 to really move the disperse, move the chest, the stagnation at the chest. And if it's stagnation or stasis around the neck and shoulder, and we have the 姜黄, curcumin, and also the branch of the cinnamon. Those are good work on the upper back. If it's on the lower limbs, then you add the 牛膝, because that's a herb goes to focus on working on the lower part of the body. Even the 木瓜, that goes on focus on the lower parts of the body as well. If it's qi deficient, then you add astragalus and ginseng. If you have qi stagnation, then you choose also those pungent aroma qi moving herbs such as the 陈皮, 枳实和木香, and even like for ladies, if you accompanies with a lot of PMS, irritation, stuff like that, you can use 香附 or 柴胡 to soothe the liver, move the liver qi. Okay, now we move to the 8th. It's called 嘈杂. It's gastric upset. move the PowerPoint. So gastric upset is also we call the intermittent gnawing hunger. So the symptoms, it is on page 17.6. So it is gastric upset means discomfort with acid regurgitation or dysphoria in the chest and the diaphragm, and has different patterns of stomach heat, stomach deficiency, and blood deficiency. So it is a sensation of nagging discomfort in the pit of the stomach, stimulate like hunger and pain without clearly being either. So it's just that discomfort, and then you really can't pinpoint what is wrong with there. So biomedical causes can be peptic ulcer, that's a big part, and can be gastritis, and then even sometimes the gallbladder disease can give you that no reason discomfort. So now let's go through the and the organs is the organs which is included is usually the stomach, and it can be spleen and liver as well. So let's talk about the etiology for this.
For the etiology, again, we think about it can be external evil. And the external attacks can be cold, can be heat, and can be dampness. And then internal emotions always we come back. And there's two big parts: anger, stress, worry, overthinking. Another big part for digestion, like for gastritis, stomach and spleen is also diet-wise, right? With the overeating. Eat irregularly. Spicy food. Sweet. Fatty. And also because of the alcohol. And then constitution. You just have a weak digestion system. That's basically the etiology. Okay. And now the pathogenesis. It's like very similar to the vomiting. It's because it's improper stomach qi that affected. So external evil can just directly attack stomach affected, it's proper descending. And also for diet-wise, you either the overeating, irregular eating, or overeating the wrong food, and you damage your stomach and spleen directly and affects proper descending of stomach qi. And then we talk about the liver, the anger with the liver rebel and attacks the stomach. We talked about the worry and overthinking, and combined the spleen qi and also effects on the stomach. And then constitution-wise, you can just have a weak stomach and a spleen. And once that is very similar as vomit. Once that descending got attacked, you got the rebel of stomach qi, and now you have the gastric upset.
similar to stomach pain. And the pathogens is similar to stomach pain and also the stomach vomiting. It's improper descending of the stomach. So now let's look at our notes. So for our notes, no, we don't have a general. No, we don't have a general point.
Somebody else wrote it.
It's a different format. Yeah.
Same.
It's not the same person, eh?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, let me find my note. So the first part we said is due to stomach heat. So with the stomach heat and the symptoms, again, go back, you have the gastric upset, and you have that gnawing hunger, the discomfort, and plus the stomach heat, you would have a burning sensation, and with acid reflux can be heartburn, and you can have a sour belching, and maybe in the morning you just feel have that bitter taste in your mouth, and you have thirst with desire for cold fluids, dry mouth, irritability, and also tendency to constipation. Your tongue can be red, and at least with the red edge and with the dry coating. Your pulse can be wiry and possibly rapid. So you have that stomach heat. So with acupuncture, we use very typical. We use stomach 44, LI4, large intestine 4, liver 2, large intestine 11. Those are all the heat clearing points, either from stomach channel or from the liver channel. And you have REN 12, REN 10, and also is promoting the proper digestion, proper qi flow in the middle jaw. And you can add on stomach 36 as well, and you have pericardium 8 is also a heat clearing point. So for the herb formula, yeah, this is like totally different.
Yeah.
With the herb formula we use is a we use Huanglian Wendang Tang. So we know the Wendang Tang is basically is the Zhiban Sha, is the Zhishi, is the Zhuru, and is the Huangqing, all those heat clearing, qi descending herbs. And then you add on Zhizi as well to clear the heat from 3 jiao and bring the heat out from urination. And also, if you modify, if you have a severe heat, as we say, we can add on the lian qiao and go in this type of heat clearing herbs. If you have a food stagnation, we can use the shanja and shenqu to promote the digestion. If you're constipated, you can have da huang, have zhishi, you can have shen, binglang, all those herbs to promote the to qi and bowel movement to clear that heat. So you have a list of those patent medications, and for this type of the heat, Shanlian one is good. And then we talked about the acupuncture as well, right? It says if it's let's look at acupuncture in page 79. It says if you have a severe heat, you add on stomach 45. It's a Jingwell point. So you can prick to bleed. That one can clear the heat in the stomach. And the one with the constipation, you can use the Zhigou, which is a well-known point for constipation. And you can use the stomach 25. It's a front move large intestine, promote bowel movement as well. If you have nausea, you can use the pericardium 6, the commanding points for chest and stomach. And with the ear points, ear acupuncture, and basically your you're using the liver, the stomach, the spleen as the main focus of organs, and you use the sympathetic points and use the shenmen. Basically, the sympathetic and the shenmen is like you can go with any groups of your ear acupuncture. It's a good add-on to your ear acupuncture combination. So the next one is stomach deficiency. Stomach deficiency, let me see. So here it's more like stomach qi deficiency. So the symptoms it has, besides that, the gnawing hunger, and it's worsened with the stomach's empty, and you have loss of appetite because the qi is deficient, the stomach qi is deficient, and you have again the belching, nausea, acid reflux, and usually you have a pale complexion. A qi deficient, you feel fatigue, and this also you can have could have a tendency to have loose stools, and your tongue is pale with a tooth mark, and your pulse is usually thready and deficient, weak. And with acupunctures, we now have to go back to page 76. So with this kind of stomach deficiency, you're using the Ren 12 and Ren 13, and then stomach 21. And those are on the local points to promote the qi movement on the abdomen. The same, then you do stomach 36, her C point, lower her C point, and you use the back shoe of spleen and a stomach, UB20, UB21, to promote the function of the stomach. And for the herbal formulas, we are using a 香砂六君子汤. So basically, is on top of that 4 gentlemen's decoction, we add on the muxiang and sharon. Muxiang and sharon are 2 pungent qi moving herbs, so help you the middle jaw have a better qi movement, and have that spleen can ascend and stomach can descend and have the proper qi flow and relieve that distending feelings in your middle jaw. And then you add on the Jinei can promote the digestion as well. So if you have phlegm damp, which cause you nausea and vomiting, you can add the Chenpi and Banxia, especially Zhi Banxia to descend. It's very good for vomiting. If you have a lot of dampness accumulation, your tongue coating becomes greasy, and you really feel heavy. And your head is feel heavy as well. It's very foggy head. And then you can add on the Cangzhu. Cangzhu and it's more warming. It dries the dampness. Hope is also a warming, pungent, qi moving herbs. If you're with a severe qi deficiency, and you can add the honey processed astragalus. And if you're with the qi stagnation, in the middle jaw, you can add the muxiang and the sharon. If there's food stagnation, again, we add on the shenqu, the shanja, the maiya, the laifuzi, to disperse, to promote the digestion. And we said the shanja is good for meat. Usually the maiya, guya, usually is good for the carbohydrates overeating, food stasis. So if you have abdomen full and distension, you can add 智齿, 智壳, you can add a 大腹皮, you can add a 槟榔. All those are qi descending herbs, and to descend that qi so you don't have the distension. If you're with cold intolerance, then you add the dried ginger to warm up, especially the middle jaw. If you have an epigastric pain, then you can use gaolanjiang and xiangfu. They're warming herbs, warming the middle jaw. If it's more pain in the chest, which means the cold is more in the chest area, then you can use 血白. It's also a warming and qi moving herbs. That's this type. This one is not very clear.
It's not very well done, no.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really say too much for the key stagnation.
Yeah.
Nothing really.
No. And what's the next one? It says stomach. Okay, so then the next one is a damp. It's a damp and phlegm damp cause this upset. I'll go with the acupuncture, the sequence of the syndrome differentiation. Now you have the dampness. So when you have the dampness, the symptoms can be a like that nausea and vomiting, and can be heaviness of the body because you have a dampened phlegm, and it could be fullness in the chest, and you can have with the copious sputum, and milder thirst because you have a lot of dampness and phlegm, which is evil in your body, so your mild thirst, and you could be a sticky taste in your mouth as well. So your coating, greasy, thick coating, your pulse can be slippery. If that phlegm dampness already move into heat, then your pulse can be slippery and fast, and your coating can turn into yellow. So with this cold dampness, and we're using points such as stomach 40 on page 76. So you can use stomach 40. It's one of the most important points to treat phlegm, and you can use besides that you can use the 中脘 as well, Ren 12. You can use stomach 36. You can use spleen 3. All the stomach spleen toning via herbs as well. If that dampness is already changing to heat, then you can use Li 11. You can add stomach 44 to clear that heat. And then formula wise, we're using it's like not even, it's like so, it's not increased in sequence. So in this case, we can use Wendan Tang, or we can simply use the Archen Tang to try to warm and use those aromatic herbs to dry the dampness, to dry the phlegm, to descend the phlegm, and to help you with that upset nausea feeling. So basically like 竹茹, 知半夏, and 枳实, though all those descending herbs. You can use 陈皮 and 茯苓, 茯苓甘草, all those like parts of the Archen Tang as well. You can use just treat the dampness phlegm in your body. Okay, then we talked about the 血虚, it's blood deficiency cause this upset. It's on page 84. Blood deficiency causes upset, kind of a nausea feeling. So with the blood deficiency, usually you would have pale face, and you feel palpitation, dizziness, and you have like a very light sleep, or you have a lot of dream disturbed sleep, and your tongue is basically pale, and your pulse is deep and thin. So in this case, and for the acupuncture, we can use herb points again, like Ren 12, stomach 36, and all the local abdominal points to calm the stomach, and also we can use points to nourish the blood, such as UB 17. We talked about the Geshu, and such as and for tonify the blood, we have to think about we have to strengthen the function of spleen and stomach because they are supposed to have resources for us. So again, through strengthening spleen, stomach, and other points, strengthening the spleen, stomach will be able to nourishing the blood. So, and the formulas we use is Guipitan. So Guipitan, you basically, you look at the formula, is mostly, is very qi tonifying herbs such as processed dragulus, ginseng, baizhu, and all those are very qi tonifying herbs. And in between you have dangui to nourishing the blood, and you have a baishao to nourishing the yin. Long yan rou usually we use to tonify the kidney. And then in the herbs you have a yuan zhi, you have long gong mu li. All these three herbs combined can to calm, to grasp that empty fire flaring up because of the deficient blood, and could calm you down so you can get usually treats that kind of insomnia into promote your sleep. And then the last one we have, we can talk about is the qi stagnation. Again, the book did not talk about qi stagnation, but I can add it on if you can just write to the notes. So with the qi stagnation, cause the gastric upset. It's usually we're talking about the liver is attacking the stomach, right? So with that nausea, with that upset stomach, and you have typically liver qi stagnation, rebel liver qi signs as irritation, moody, like depression. You have hypochondriac pains, right? Gastric and abdominal bloating. You could have alternate constipation, loose stools, and you can have a PMS and premenstrual breast tenderness. All this liver overactive liver signs, and your China should be like a normal. They shouldn't. If the liver qi stagnation already transferred to heat, you might have some red sides. Otherwise, the normal, the pulse is usually wiry and can be thready. So with this in mind, to choose the qi stagnation, besides other points, local or distance to treat the other symptoms on the stomach, we need to use the liver, like we add on liver 3 again, liver 14, right? And we can add the back shoe of the liver. And as well, if there's heat, then we can add the liver 2 to clear that heat. And if you have a let me see, if you have already involved with the gallbladder, like in the morning you have that sour regurgitation, bitter taste, you can use like a gallbladder 24 and gallbladder 40, all those to calm the active liver as well, because active gallbladder, because liver and gallbladder are related. So sometimes they can pair it up together to give that discomfort. And for the formula, whoever studied the formula, we usually we use shugansan. So in this case, we use chai hu to soothe the liver, and shampoo also to soothe the liver, and the white peony to soften the liver. And then we have the wuzhu yu as well. That's qi moving herbs and specifically go to liver channels and compared with the huanglian and to soothe that liver, to reduce that overactive liver. If you have acid reflux, then you can use the haipiao xiao or walenzi. Those are like seashells, and you fire, process them, roast them, break them, and that can to stop the acid reflux. And you can add the processed bansha, hopu, all this to descend in the rebel to prevent you have that gastric upset. And the last one is on the herb, is on page 86. Is on 86, and that one is for blood stasis, cause that gastric distension. Yeah, so blood stagnation. So you would, clinical features, you would have chronic and persistent intermediate gnawing hunger that is worsening with eating and at night. And you can dark complexion lips and dark rings around the eyes because of the blood stagnation. That one's on page 86, because this one should be for the 血府逐瘀汤. That should be for blood stasis.
I am so lost. Sorry.
Here, look at 85.
Yeah, page 85 here.
Yeah, so just mark here. This is for blood stasis, cause that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. So for that, then again, you have that chronic, persistent, that gnawing hunger, and you, especially it's worse at night, and you have dark complexion because of blood stasis. You could have vomited. You could have nausea and belching. When you vomit, you could be vomited out of some of this coffee, almost coffee ground, like dark vomits because the blood stasis. Poor appetite, and anorexia and weight loss. And your tongue is a very typical tongue, should have a purple spot on the tongue, and very dark distended sublingual veins indicates the blood stasis, and your pulse should be wiry and sometimes can be choppy because of the blood stasis. So for this case, for acupoints, then we can use REN 12, stomach 21, regulates stomach qi, stomach 36, UB 17, the Hui point for blood, so as stimulates the stagnant blood. You can use back shu of liver, UB 18. You can use back shu for stomach, UB 21. Spleen 10, 血海, the sea of sea, the sea of blood, and it regulates and invigorates blood. So all these points you can promote the blood stasis, disperse or move the stomach stasis, blood stasis. For the formula, we use Dangui Sini Tang. So invigorate and circulate the qi and blood. So you have basically you have dangui to tonify the blood, and you have dansheng, honghua, and all these herbs, the chisha, all those blood moving. You have guizhi, the bark twigs of the cinnamon twigs. You have xixing, all these are warming herbs and pushing the blood go to extremities. And also you can use the 血府逐瘀汤as basically is another typical formula for blood stasis. It has the 血府逐瘀汤, it has it's a dansheng, it has chuansheng, it has honghua, has a lot of blood moving herbs. If it's a lot of stasis, then you can add sanling ezhu as well. You can even use the animal products such as ground beetles. Those are very strong herbs which disperse the blood stasis. But again, if the patient is already with a weak constitution, you might want not give them not that much blood moving herbs, and or if they are already on blood thinner, and you want to be careful about the blood moving herbs, not too much. Okay, so that's it for the gastric upset. So we have acid reflux, which is the last chapter under our digestive order. Then we can take a break, then we'll come back for the heart, okay? You okay? You need a break or you okay?
Yeah, just it's a little bit mumble jumble. You know,
Okay.
some of it is like,
Yeah, so you want to maybe take a 10?
that's okay.
Okay, so let's finish the acid reflux and take a break. So, acid reflux, and I think it's very common nowadays. Okay, first, before, let me move the PowerPoint.
Yeah, the worst problem is doctors prescribing antacids.
Because sometimes it's not
Not
even
enough.
exactly. That's the
Most of the
problem.
problem is.
Exactly. So the acid reflux, again, the organs mostly involve the stomach as a primary, and liver is a big part. Liver, the organ, overactive liver, is also a very big part organ to add on all the symptoms. So with the symptoms with acid reflux is also known as gastrointestinal acid reflux, is a condition that gastric acid ascends from the stomach to the esophagus and mouth, which is accompanied by the sense of sour being felt in both the mouth and the throat. Sometimes it brings hot sensation in the mouth and chest. The symptoms is also known as heartburn. With frequent acid reflux as well, it has a tendency to cause cancers in the esophagus, all this. So patients should pay attention to this. With biomedical causes, and for the acid reflux can be the peptic ulcer, big one, can be acute and chronic gastritis, alcohol, tobacco excess, pregnancy, drugs, and as we just discussed, sometimes it's the insufficient stomach acid cause the acid reflux as well. That's also a big part nowadays. So let's look at the etiologies and the pathogenesis of the acid reflux. And usually this is the internal situation, so the external pathogens are not involved in this disease. So what we usually have is the diet, big one. And then the spicy, cold, or overeating. And the other one's emotion. And then usually it's the anger, it's the stress, and then the constitutional. That's the big three parts usually cause the acid reflux. The diet can be what we talked about. It's also not enough stomach acids in your stomach already. So based on Chinese medicine, let's go through the pathogenesis. So acid reflux also is related to the stomach. Okay, when you have the cold food, we said about it, it's damaged the yang of the stomach and cause indigestion, and that can cause acid reflux. And also the spicy cold food damage yang. And then for the spicy, fatty, or overeating. This all attacks, this kind of create the heat, so you can heat and cause a phlegm. You can create heat and phlegm. that's also can affect the proper function of the stomach. And then you have the emotion. Then it's the liver, rebel qi, and that's also effect on the stomach. And then usually with the acid reflux, we talk about there's a cold type, and there's heat. So that's basically is your pathogenesis from the diet-wise and from the emotion-wise or constitutional-wise. You just have a weak stomach, young, you can't proper digest, and that also can cause the acid reflux. Now we have a principal treatment points for acupuncture. It's very similar, like, you know, you have the RIN 12, you have RIN 13, which is the local points to promote the function of the digestion in the middle jaw. And you have RIN 17, it's open the chest. And also if you have you know, the acid reflux up through your esophagus, you can have that burning sensation in your chest as well. Then you can use the pericardium 6, which is a command point for the chest and the stomach. Liver 3, to reduce that rebel liver qi. You have stomach 36, LI 10. This is on your page 89. 89, you got it? Okay, so that is for, and also you can use the back of the stomach, back of the liver and gallbladder, and all those are the points you can use to treat. Now the first types of differentiation is the liver qi attack the stomach. The liver qi attack the stomach is called the symptoms. You have recurrent acid reflux and heartburn, and it's worsened when the patient is stressed. And you have hypochondria and epigastric tenderness. And you could have irritability, moodiness, and the PMSing, premenstrual breast tenderness. And also you can have loss of appetite, frequent signing and belching, all this liver and stomach disharmony symptoms here. Your tongue can be pale red with thin white coating, and your pulse usually is wiry. So with the formulas, with the acupoints, and then we talked about RIN 12, RIN 13 is good, RIN 17 is good, pericardium 6 is good. You can use liver 3 to soothe the liver qi. You can use liver 14 to soothe the liver qi. You can use a back shoe of the gallbladder, the liver, and the stomach. All these are good combination to treat this type of acid reflux. And for the herb formula, we're using on page 91 is Sinisan, and it's called Plar and Zhishi formula. So you have the Plar, the chai hu, and you have the chai hu to soothe the liver, and you have the bai shao to soften, to nourishing that liver, and you have wu zhu yu also is a warming herb going to the liver channel, can also help desense the rebel liver qi and also stop the pain. And in this case, and you use huang lian to balance out that warming natures of the wu zhu yu, and you have hai piao xiao, sepilia, which also is a shell of a sea It's the shell from the sea, and also this help with your acid reflux as well. And then you use the honey processed licorice to harmonize the formula. If you have a severe case of acid reflux, you can add the calcined concha. It's also seashells and also the jebeimu. If you have retrosternal burning sensation, which means some kind of have an infection over there, you can add the heat clearing herbs like dandelions to reduce the heat. If there's a pain, you can add the yanhusuo和郁金 to move the qi to elevate the pain. If you feel nauseous, you have add the 半夏生姜 or 竹茹 to descend the rebel qi to stop nausea. And if you have a insomnia, you can use 牡蛎和珍珠母. Those are basically shells from the ocean, and they're calming the mind to promote the sleep. And if you have gallstones, and you add on the 金钱草、茵陈和鸡内金，金钱草和金钱草 promote the urination. 茵陈how is a very good herbs to drain the damp heat. And the 鸡内金 here is not promote digestion, but 鸡内金is also blood moving herbs here to help blood moving, and also here it believes can help dissolving of the gallstones. So this is the first type. The second type is a stomach and liver heat. It's on acupuncture on page 89. You have a gallbladder and stomach heat. So your clinical features, and you can have a recurrent acid reflux and sour bitter belching, epigastric discomfort or burning sensation. You have full stools, you have dry mouth and thirst. With the liver heat, you can have irritability, hot temper. Your tongue usually is red or with the red edge if there's liver fire there. And with yellow coating, your pulse is wiry and can be possible rapid. And for the acupoints, as we can see, we can use Ren 12, Ren 13, Ren 17. You can use the pericardium 8, stomach 44, and liver 2. Those are the 3 points to clear heat from stomach, liver, and pericardium. And then you can use Li 11 as well to clear heat from large intestine. And here Yangling Quan is also a Hesi point of gallbladder, cools the liver and subdue the rising yang. So that's a good.
Sorry, which one was that one?
Yangling GB 34, Yangling Quan.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's reducing the rising yang. So for the hot formula, we're using the Huaganjian, which is the transforming the liver decoction. So we're looking at the herbs, and they're herbs to reduce the rebel of liver qi. It's like Wu Zhu Yu, and also Ban Xia, and all those are qi descending herbs. Now we have 牡丹皮和山栀子和黄连, those are heat clearing herbs as well. Now we have 佛手和八月斋, those are aroma pungent qi moving herbs to move the qi in the middle jaw, move the stagnated qi, for you to have a better movement, descending stomach qi. And also here the shanzhizi, gardenial, this is also heat clearing herbs and help you to drain the heat from the sanjiao and get rid of heat through the urination. So if you have a severe acid reflux, add the 海飘胶和瓦楞子. If your liver fire, then add the dandelion. If you're constipated because of the heat, it's on page 98. If you're constipated, you can add the 大黄智齿 to promote the bowel movement. So if it's acid reflux is severe, it has the possibility to damage or scarring the esophagus, and now we use the 左金丸, which is 黄连无助于海飘效和瓦楞子 to descending that rebel liver qi, cool that liver heat, and also stop the acids and to prevent the damage of esophagus damage. Yeah, basically that's the herb formulas we talked about. And if with the liver heat, okay, the next one is the dampness. Let me find it out. Is the phlegm damp. Phlegm dampness. It's like sometimes the herbs and the acupressure, the symptoms is not matching. Phlegm dampness. Okay, so for the phlegm dampness, let me see which page there had. Okay, phlegm dampness for it's on page 104. Okay, so yeah, we can go through the page 104. Phlegm dampness, and it's usually the symptoms, because it's phlegm and dampness, and you have acid reflux, heartburn. It's epigastric and abdominal distension, loss of appetite, decreasance of taste, tendency to lose stools or diarrhea. You have nausea, you have vomiting, tired, heavy limbs. These are all the typical signs for dampness. And you have like heaviness in the head, foggy headaches, and also maybe you have a chronic mucus production from the sinus and lungs. And greasy skin can be, the tongue coating can be thick and greasy, and the pulse can be slippery. So in this case, we said we treat we're using the treatment is of acupuncture, just on page 107. You got it?
Yep.
So this you can treat with the Ren 12, Ren 17, and spleen 3, and also spleen 40 for phlegm, and pericardium 6. It's a Jing River point of the pericardium, transfer phlegm and harmonize the stomach. You can use pericardium 6, the commanding points of chest and stomach. If you were the spleen deficiency, then you add stomach 36 and liver 13. If you have liver stagnation, you add liver 3. If you have a headache, then you add GB20, and you can use the urinary bladder 62, because it's a confluent point of the Shen Yang Wei Mai. It controls the exterior of the body. If you have cold phlegm, then you use moxa on the back shoe of spleen and stomach, right? And if you have like whole body tightness, you can use spleen 21, which is by the side of the body. We say it treats, opens up whole chest and the movement of the whole chest and epichondrial area. And if you have severe abdominal bloating, and you add on stomach 25 and a spleen 15. So now we're looking at it's basically local points to treat any of the stomach spleen problems. And then if you're sleepy all the time, then we're treating you with kidney 6 and urinary bladder 62. Basically, this is the confluent of the yin qiao and yang qiao. Those controls, we said it ends up with the eyes. It controls opening and closing with the eyes. So the 2 points are very good to treat somnolence, like tiredness, sleepy all the time. And for the den phlegm, and for the prescription we have is magnolia and ginger formula. So basically we're looking at it is 参竹厚朴. There are warming, pungent herbs, dry the dampness, and chen peas also warming, pungent aroma herbs to dry the dampness, and you have ginger and promote the digestion in the middle jaw. And here you add the wuzhuyu. It's also warming, and you can treat the rebel qi, because it descends. And also, if you feel cold, the stomach cold, then you add the dry ginger to warm up the middle jaw. If there's food stagnation, you can add the shenqu, 麦芽、谷芽, or even jing. If it's a really excessive dampness accumulate in your body, and for example, really thick, greasy tongue coating, heaviness and distension, you can add 藿香和佩兰. All those are warming, aroma, dampness removing herbs. And if you have nauseous, then use the 直板虾 to descend that rebel qi. If it's dampness and already accumulate too long, create the heat, and your tongue coating is not greasy and white anymore, your tongue coating become greasy and yellow. This time you have heat, and your urination becomes yellow as well, and indicates the heat. Now you have to add some heat clearing herbs such as huangqing and zhizi. Also add the tongcao yiren to promote urination and to let the heat get out of the body through urination. And if your dampness and phlegm accumulation is because we have a weak spleen, for example, indigestion and weak deep pulse, and then you add the astragalus, you add baizhu and the shanyao to tonify the spleen, and that is tonify the spleen tonify post heaven, and that's actually to treat the cause, the generators of the dampness and phlegm in your body. So the next one is food stagnation. It's food stagnation. Okay, so let me find out food stagnation. Yeah, food stagnation, page 108. Food stagnation caused acid reflux. So the clinical features, if you think about the food stagnate in the body, the clinical features would be you have the acid reflux, especially after eating a big meal, and gastric distension, fullness, and the discomfort relieved by vomiting or belching, and worsen with eating, sour, full belching, and nausea, vomiting with undigested food, and can be constipation or diarrhea, and your coating is thick and greasy because your food's sitting in your middle jaw, not going anywhere, and your pulse is slippery and full. So with this kind of food stagnation, the treatment with acupuncture we have is Ren 12. So it's front midpoint of the stomach, help digestion. We have stomach 21. It's basically is Liang, the gate for Liang is almost like a food. So it promotes the function spleen stomach. It's on page 110. You got it? So we have pericardium 6, which is the commanding point again for chest and stomach. And you have large intestine 10. It benefits digestion and regulates gastrointestinal functions, improve digestion. You have stomach 36. And you have stomach 40, help you to get rid of phlegm. You have stomach 44 to clear the stomach heat caused by food stagnation. If spleen deficiency, you can use spleen 6 or you can use back of spleen, UB20. If you have constipation, you can add on stomach 37, which is the lower HER-C for large intestine, and a jiggle, which is the points we mentioned many times for constipation. For use your acupuncture, and you just choose the points for esophagus, stomach, spleen, small intestine, and abdomen. For this kind of food stagnation, the formula we use is called citrus and cratagus formula, 饱和丸. And so this is a very representative formulas for getting rid of any types of food stagnation. And so basically you have a shanja, shenqu, and all these two herbs promote digestion. You have lai fuzi, you have banxia. All those are helping with the descending the qi. And also you have qingpi, and wuzhu is also descending and get rid of any qi stagnation. And you have huanglian, a small amount of huanglian to clear that heat caused by the food stagnation, and a chenpi as well as aroma herbs to harmonize the qi in the middle jiao. And you have fulin and to promote the water metabolism as well. If you have constipation, you can add a binglang, da huang, or even zhishi和xuan shen. If you spleen is deficient, you can add on the baizhu to promote. Then there's some patent medications you can read on by yourself. So next big part is spleen and stomach yang deficiency cause a acid reflux. So it's on page 111. Spleen and stomach yang deficiency. So the symptoms it has is intermittent chronic acid reflux, mild epigastric discomfort or pain that is better for warmth and pressure, and there's bloating after eating, and there's sour belching, poor appetite, fatigue, weakness, tired limbs, and tendency to have loose stools or diarrhea. You have cold extremities or cold intolerance because it's the yang deficient. The tongue is pale, can be with tooth marks, the pulse is deep and slow. So the formulas we're using to treat, let's go through the acupuncture points first. So the acupuncture points, let's look at page 113. The acupuncture points we're looking at is Ren 12, which is the front move point for stomach. You have Ren 13. It's also descend stomach qi down. You have Ren 17. And it's the upper C of qi, help direct qi downwards. You have stomach 36. HER-C point for stomach. You have spleen 6. It's strengthening and regulate spleen and supplement qi. And you have pericardium 6, commanding one of the command points. You have back shu of spleen UB20. You have back shu of stomach UB21. If you have a damp phlegm, and you can add on pericardium 5. We said this one is also help you to disperse the phlegm, calm the mind, and you can use the stomach 40 and also spleen 3. Stomach 40 is get rid of phlegm. Stomach 3 is strengthening the spleen. Then the spleen gonna distribute proper water metabolism. There's no phlegm anymore. And if you're using on the abdomen, use moxibustion, and then it's very good for this condition because it's yang deficient type of acid reflux. And so your points, you're choosing spleen, stomach, esophagus, pylorus, Shenmin, adrenal, subcortex, sympathetic. And you can look at different combinations to use for ear acupuncture. And for here, the formula we're using is 香砂六君子. So basically, you have the 6 gentleman decoction, which is the decoction for tonified, generate qi tonifying herbs. And here you add the mu xiang and sharon. The 2 herbs are pungent, help with the qi movement, help your middle jiao qi movement. And in this case, you had ban sha and you had wu zhu yu. Those are 2 herbs descending the rebel qi. If you feel severe heartburn, you add on the hai piao qiao and zhe bei mu for the acid reflux. If you already have a severe cold, yang deficiency, you feel really cold, you can add the dingxiang, xiaohuixiang, or even wu yao. Those are tonify the kidney yang. If there's a severe dampness in the body, you can add cangzhu, houpu, peilan, huoxiang. Those are warming, aromatic, pungent herbs to help you get rid of the dampness. And if you have pull muscle tone and possible hiatus, hernia, you can add a small amount of the huang qi to raise up the qi. Dracula's. And here it says be careful because huang qi and is lifting the qi, is removing the qi, raising the qi. You already have acid reflux, so you don't want to raise the qi too much. If there's food stagnation, you add on the mai ya and the gu ya. So last one we're looking at is a stomach and liver insufficiency caused acid reflux. So it's on page 114. No problem. So for the symptoms we're having, is the chronic acid reflux, hyperacidity, and heartburn. The heartburn usually is worse with stress, and mild dull epigastric or hypochondriac discomfort or pain, lose of appetite, and you have a dry mouth or throat. Your tendency to have dry stools or constipation because you already have an indeficient. Your tongue is red with little or no coating, and you sometimes even have cracks on the tongue. And your pulse is thready and wiry. So for the acupoints we're using for this type of syndrome is on 116. So we use, again, the front mu point of stomach, around 12. We use liver 13 is the front mu point of spleen. And also the hui point of the zang. So it's strengthening the spleen, supplements qi, and harmonize liver and stomach. And we use the back shu of spleen. We use UB20. We use back shu of stomach, UB21. We use stomach 36, Hesi point for stomach. You can strengthen in the spleen and the stomach. Then we use pericardium 6 as commanding point, a lower point of pericardium and master point of Yingwei, regulates the middle jiao and direct stomach qi down. And we can use a kidney 9 as well. this point of the yin wei mai with pericardium 6 can direct weak stomach qi downwards. For ear acupunctures, you can use esophagus, pylorus, liver, spleen, stomach, shenmen, subcortex, and sympathetic. So, like if you're going for the exams, for the case studies, they usually, after you did your etiology, pathogenesis, diagnose, treatment plan, then you give them the acupoint. Usually they ask you around 5. So it's not a lot of acupoints to write. And you basically, most of you would write the ones with the specific natures, right? Which is benefits for the symptoms. So for the formulas we're using is 一贯间, the linking decoction modified. So with the 一贯间, we can look at, it's a lot of nourishing herbs, and it has herbs to treat the acid reflux and descending the rebel qi. So look at the Shen Di Huang, the Goqi, the Sha Shen, Mai Zhong, Bai Shao. They are all in nourishing herbs. And you have Danggui's nourishing the blood, move the blood. You have Chuan Lianzi, which also goes to liver channel and to soothe the liver qi and also bring down the rebel qi. You have Hai Piao Jiao, Zhe Bei Mu, which are 2 herbs, their benefits for acid reflux. So you have a severe indeficiency, you add the Shi Hu. If you have severe heat, to that degree that you already have bitter taste in the mouth and slippery wiry pulse, and you want to add some heat clearing herbs such as Huanglian, Huangqing, Huzhang, all those are good. Or even you can add Shigao or Zhimu, those are all stomach heat clearing. If you have constipation, you can add the Gualuran. And if you have food stagnation, you can add the Mai Ya or Gu Ya or Shen Qu. Those are good. And if it's heavy, that dull nagging pain, and you should include the herb gently move the qi without damaging in, such as Fo Shou, Meigui Hua. Meigui Hua is not only like rose flowers, it's not only moving the qi, but it's also can move the blood as well. And Xiangyuan is also very gentle qi moving herbs. So if you have qi deficiency, then you want to add the Danshen, Cardinopsis, and you add Huangjing and Shanyao, which are the qi tonifying, especially Huangjing, it goes to kidney, and Shanyao goes to stomach, spleen, and kidney. Those are all good tonifying herbs. Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back. And then we have two syndrome left.
It just seems like different people have written words.
I think so. So now we're talking about this disease, anxiety, depression, and stress. So the symptoms of this kind of disease is depression. It is a psychological disorder characterized by negative mood and pessimism. Yeah, patient with this disease always sigh in despair, feels sad and lack of enjoyment. It may be accompanied by some of the symptoms such as headache, upset stomach, fatigue, diarrhea, and nightmares. In severe cases, the patients can be very pessimistic or even commit suicide. This disease is closely related to patients' personality. The trait of most patients is introverted, antisocial, sentimental, and dependent. So the main causes in Chinese medicine, we believe, is qi stagnation cause, the depression, the anxiety, the organ related at the heart and liver. it can go to related to kidney and spleen as well. So the biomedical causes for this anxiety, depression, it can be hyperthyroidism, it can be depression itself, and it can be premenstruation symptoms, stress, post-traumatic stress, and sometimes even drugs can cause, like we know a lot of drugs cause the depression, especially some like a really strong dose of antibiotics, they can give you that depressive kind of feelings as well. So now let's look at the etiology and pathogenesis of this. So the etiology is internal kind of causes. So you have the main thing is emotion, a big part. Emotion can be sadness, can be stress, can be overthinking, worry, and anger. All these are the emotions. And then you can have the constitution. You can have already start with a weak body. And maybe you're just born with the overactive liver. Okay, so basically that's two big parts for the etiology for causing you the anxiety and depression. So now let's go through the pathogenesis. So now we're looking at the emotion, if it's anger or stress. What it does is cause the liver qi stagnation. Once you have qi stagnation, you can cause a liver heat and goes affect your heart. And also you can have blood stasis, and also can go back affect your heart. And with the overthinking, or worry, that can damage your spleen function. Once your spleen function is damaged, now you can have a food improper digestion. You can have dampness accumulation. You can have phlegm. Remember, and you can even have with the phlegm, with the damaged phlegm, you can have a heat as well. Remember, without the proper spleen function, you can have a proper water metabolism. That's why you have dampened phlegm. You can have proper food digestion. And all this cause stagnation can affect your heart as well. So now we're talking about weak constitution. Usually weak constitution and got gravitated by emotion. And then it can have the liver fire. You can have liver attacking spleen. Or you have the weak constitution already, and so you have already a deficient blood and in, right? All this blood and in deficient, it's called the empty heat. And this here, liver attacks the spleen, so you have your spleen can't produce nourishment. There's improper function, so don't generate nourishment. And this all adds up, affecting your heart as well. So that's caused the whole depression and anxiety. That's basically the pathogenesis. Okay, so usually it has two parts, and one is a acute onset. So beginning of the onset, begin at the beginning. Of onset, usually it's mostly due to stagnation. It can be chi, it can be food, it can be phlegm, all this, and usually it's excessive type at the beginning. If it becomes chronic, and that's usually excessive, chronic usually becomes a deficient type, right? Or it is excess combines with deficiency. So that's the deficiency. It can be becomes indeficient, then you can't nourish the heart. Heart in is deficient. Or the chronic deficiency can be a weak spleen, and the spleen is not proper. Your post-heaven resources got damaged, so you don't produce enough qi in the blood to nourish the heart. That's usually is the chronic with the deficiency. So onset at the beginning usually is due to stagnation and it's excessive type. If it's proceed, you go to the chronic type, then usually it's a deficiency type, or it's at least excess with deficiency. So now we're looking at so there's a different, there's like 8 different syndrome differentiation. We're going to go through one by one. Find out my note. So first type we talked about on the book, it is a liver qi stagnation. It's on page 118. So we talked about, so for this kind of anxiety and depression, we have a principal points, and we treat with the Bai Hui, the Du 20. We treat with the Shui Gou with Du 26. And we can treat with a Shenmen Heart 7, the Yuan prime point on the heart. We can treat with pericardium 6, the commanding point, and we can treat with the liver 3 to soothe the liver qi. So with the liver, sorry, I'm just gonna look at my note. Anxiety. With this liver qi stagnation, so we basically has that, you have basically have with the liver qi stagnation, you have that hypochondriac discomfort, and you have that distending of your chest and abdomen, and you get irritated a lot and very emotional, and you feel the symptoms of this depression, anxiety is worsened by the emotions, and then you pale, your tan can be pale, red, with thin white coating. If it's already qi stagnate, causing heat, then your tan coating can be yellow, and then your pulse should be usually is wiry. It indicates the qi stagnation. So the points we use besides our principal points, we can use is Tanzhong Ren 17, open the chest, and we can use liver 14, the qi men, to open the chest. Even we can use a combination of Li 4 and liver 3, and as 4 gates to like really move the qi in the body. And the formula we use the Chai Hu Shu Gan San. So you have Chai Hu to soothe the liver, and you have Bai Shao to soften the liver to nourishing the yin, and you have here you have Xiang Fu, you have Qing Pi. It's all the aroma herbs to move the qi. You have Chuan Shong to move the blood as well. And it's Sugans also. This one is a qi moving herbs. You have a Hehuan. Sorry, did I turn on the? Oh yes, I did. And you have the qi moving herbs as well, like the Lu Mei here, the Hehuan Pi, and all those the qi moving, blood moving herbs to soothe your liver. So if you have a lot of distending at your hypochondriac, you can have Yu Jing and Fo Shou, qi moving herbs. If you having the the belching, the you want yuan xuan fu gua he dai zhe shi, and zhi ban xia to descending that rebel qi, and the zisu gens also is good for your digestion. If you have food stagnation, then use shen qu ma ya shan jia he ji nei jing. And if you kind of have a diarrhea, then you want use the tanzhu, use that warming pungent aroma herbs to dry the dampness, and baidoukou is also aroma herbs to dry the dampness. And if you see you have blood stasis, which means you have a sharp pain on your hypochondriac, your tongue has purple spots, then you can use some blood moving herbs such as dangui, dangshen, honghua. Yu Jing is more qi moving. The first type. The second type is transforming fire from depressed qi. So this is a more severe condition than the liver qi stagnation. So what we're treating, this symptoms, basically what we have is besides all the liver qi stagnation signs, and we would have, bloodshot eyes, like really liver fire, and you probably have some rhinitis, like loud urinating, and you probably have dizziness. Just depends on the fire rising up, and the severe irritability, and sometimes even have the maniac kind of behaviors, and then pounding, temporal headache, and all this kind of liver fire symptoms. And the ton would be right now is with the red edge, 2 sides, and then the pulse would be very wiry and fast. And then in this case, then for the acupuncture points, and it's on page 118, then you can add on liver 2, you can add gallbladder 43. Those both are in spring points to clear the heat from liver and gallbladder channel. And even in here, you can, if there's a lot of like pounding, temporal headache, like bloodshot eyes, you can clear the heat through the extra point or gin as well, prick to bleed to clear that heat. And just be mindful, in this case, if patients are already with high blood pressure, so it's just really dangerous. So if you can quickly give a prick to reduce that pressure, to reduce that heat, and so you're not on the high risk of getting a stroke, something like that. So the formula we're using is 单支逍遥散. So basically, as on the 逍遥散formula, the ones to soothing the liver, we add 牡丹皮和栀子 for the heat clearing. Because basically, not only your liver is stagnated, your liver has fire as well. So you add the 牡丹皮和栀子. One is clear the heat from 三焦, one is clear the heat from the blood. So if you're constipated, you can use the 大黄, you can use 玄参 to promote bowel movement, and you can use 龙胆草和虎杖 to strengthening the heat clearing function. And if you have vomiting, then you can use 左金丸, 吴茱萸和黄连 to reduce that rebel liver qi. So if you, because of liver fire, cause you have headache and bloodshot eyes and rhinitis, and then you can add the chrysanthemum, goten, acicili to reduce the liver and reduce liver wind as well. So if the heat is already damaging the yin, you have a very red tongue with very thin tongue coating, and then you add the 地黄和麦冬 to nourishing the yin. The third type is the qi phlegm binding type. This is like, okay, this third one is qi phlegm binding type. So this basically is stagnation qi and retention of phlegm. So this one basically is, besides you have the depression, you would usually have phlegm pit qi. There's a stuckness of a qi in your throat, and you probably sometimes can spit out the phlegms all the time, and there's something stuck in your chest, and your tongue coating is greasy and white and moist, and your pulse can be slippery because of the phlegm. So in this case, besides the principal points on page 118, you can add on points to disperse the phlegm, such as stomach 40 and spleen 9 for the cold dampness, and you can use also 10-2 for Ren 22 to descend that rebel qi. For formula, we use the 半夏厚朴汤. So basically, those two are warming, pungent aroma herbs which descending, and they are a very good formula for what we said, the plum pit qi syndromes in Chinese medicine. And then you have basically the archen, modified archen tongue to get rid of the dampness, and you have 佛手, 香附止咳紫苏根. All these are qi moving herbs and also resolve your dampness. So if you have a severe dampness and cause the really fullness in the hypochondriac area and really greasy thick coating, you can add the tangzhu to dry the dampness. If already that dampness phlegm is changing into heat, you have red tongue and your tongue coating is yellow, then you add heat clearing herbs such as huangqing and huanglian. Also, you use 传瓜蒌 to promote you to get rid of phlegm and zhuru, descending the qi. If that is this phlegm and qi retention lasts for a long time, and usually it can cause blood stagnation. Then you add blood stasis medicines, herbs such as 丹参、姜黄和郁金. So that's this type, and then we have the fifth type is a mental confusion. Is 心神或者 mental confusion, and this is on your acupuncture treatment. This is on page 118. So because we talked about it's already have the mental confusion, you want to add points on the pericardium points. So you have pericardium 5. To help you with that mental confusion, and you have the 胆腧 as well, back points of the liver. In this case, with the mental confusion, caused the depression, anxiety, we can look at, a lot of women are almost similar, like a lot of women after the menopause, they have like that really very irritability, the severe irritability, overthinking, and their mind is like 100 times, and they become very emotional, and again sometimes also can have some maniac behaviors. This kind of affect your entire organs already. So in this case, and we use a formula which is typical we treat for menopause symptoms. It's 甘麦大枣汤. So you have this one, you have
which page is that on?
The formula is on 124. So for that one you can use 柏子仁, 大枣, 茯神, all these are calming mind, nourishing the heart, calming the mind. You can use 郁金和合欢皮 to soothe the qi stagnation and move the blood. So to treat this mental confusion, if it's because blood deficient, you already caused the internal wind, because we said if there's internal wind usually indicates their blood deficiency. If you cause the internal wind, you have that shaking or tremor in your hands or in your head, you can add some blood nourishing herbs such as the dangui and 生地黄 and in nourishing herbs, and 珍珠母. 珍珠母 is we said the heavy mineral. It can grasp that wind to calm your mind, and also goten as well to calm that internal wind. If you have insomnia, then you can add 酸枣仁、柏子仁、茯神. There are heart nourishing, calming mind herbs, and you have 枳和鼠物 is also tonify the kidney in, so you can nourishing the heart as well. The sixth is the deficiency of heart and spleen. Deficiency of heart and spleen. For acupuncture, it is on page 118. It's number 4. Deficiency of heart and spleen. If the heart and spleen is already deficient, then you want to add on the back point of the heart and the spleen. So you can use the UB15, UB20, and also stomach 36. And the symptoms for heart and spleen deficiencies, the depression patients usually have insomnia, forgetfulness. You have, because heart and spleen usually they're deficient, usually is blood deficient, right? So you would have forgetfulness, insomnia, no memory, loss of memory, and just like pale face, weak body. The tongue would be pale tongue, and could be with a tooth mark, and the pulse usually is deep and weak. So we mentioned about acupuncture. Now formula, we're using the Gui Pi Tang, modify the Gui Pi Tang. Gui Pi means let the blood comes back to the spleen. So we mentioned this formula earlier. So it's basically on a lot of qi tonifying herbs, and we add some blood and in tonifying nourishing herbs. So 丹参, 白术, 黄芪, It's all qi tonifying herbs, and we add dangui is blood nourishing, and shaoyao is yin nourishing, and guiyuan, yuanzhi, fushen. All this we said is communicate with your heart and your kidney, and calming the mind. And yejiaoten is also good for your insomnia. And here the dazao和甘草 basically harmonize your middle jiao. And chenpi is a pungent aroma. Herbs can move the qi flow in the middle jiao. So if there's a lot of qi stagnation accompanied with this deficiency of heart spleen, we can move on some qi moving aroma herbs such as yujing和佛手. If you have headache, then you can add 川芎和白芷. Bai is more the frontal headache, and 川芎is basically a lot for the top of the head headache. The 7 is consumption of heart-in deficiency. For this symptoms, and the acupuncture treatment is page 18. So when it's heart-in deficiency, we can add the back shu. It's 0.8. So we can use the back shu of heart, and we can add the sanyin jiao, which is in tonifying herbs. It's on page 118. It's 0.8 consumption of the heart-in. So that's the 2 points. So besides, you can add a kidney 3, kidney 6 as well, and pericardium 6. Those are all good points to treat. And with the formula, we use the modified 天丸补心汤. So basically, you read from the name, it's heart tonifying
How do you
formula.
differentiate what that is? Like, how would you know what that is? The consumption of heart. How would you identify it?
Yeah, the symptoms in this one, usually we talk about heart in, right? In this one, heart in, we think about heart is the empire, the in, the blood, the in is to nourish it. So once you're in deficient, then you have, usually is, again, insomnia is a big part. And then, and you find your mind is all over the place. And you have palpitation as well. And in deficient, you could have night sweat, 5 center heat, right? Those are all, and your tongue is red, with very little or no coating, and your paws usually thready and thready fast, depends. So that's the indeficiency type. And with the so the formula will use the 天丸补心汤. So you look at the whole formula is a whole bunch of nourishing herbs. Add some herbs going to the heart channel to nourish heart, calm the shen. So like the shen di, the shen shen, the tian men dong, mai men dong. The weeds are in nourishing herbs. And you have the gojizi also nourishing herbs. You have suanzao ren, and nourish the heart, promote calm the mind, and the fushens also promote the sleep, calm the mind, and yuanzhi as well goes to the heart, calm the mind. And the shanzhu yu is also in nourishing. It's more ghostly we think about goes to the kidney in to nourish it. So if you have disharmony between heart and the kidney and cause the irritability, insomnia, and that you can clear some of that excessive deficiency heat by adding huanglian and rougui. And if due to that heart in deficiency, you have the nocturnal emissions, then you can add some herbs with the astringent and like qianshi和jingyings, those to stop that nocturnal emission. So the last one is consumption of liver in. With the liver in damaged, and the acupuncture points is on is on 118, and it should add like 5.5, the liver and kidney deficiency. And then it's specific, now we're talking the kidney in and liver in deficiency. So in order to treat that in acupuncture, you should add on the back shu of liver, UB18, back shu of kidney, UB23, and also you can add on the Tai Chi. Kidney 3, you can add on spleen 6. Those are all good in nourishing points. If it's already liver insufficiency with the liver heat, then you want to add on the liver 2 as well to clear that heat. So basically, this is the deficiency of liver in affecting that liver is not nourishing the liver, so liver qi, that liver fire rises up to disturb the heart shen, and you have that anxiety depression. So with that, the symptoms with the liver in very typical irritability, a lot of emotion, irritability, the anxiety, hypochondriac pain, and PMSing, severe PMSing, premenstrual breast distensions. And again, you look at the tongue would be red, thin red with very thin and no coating. And the pulse would be a thready, fast one. Okay, so use a formula. We said we use the 自水清肝饮. The formula basically is composed of nourishing herbs, with herbs to soothe the liver and reduce the liver heat, with some heart herbs to calm the mind and nourishing the heart. So if you look at the 生地黄、山茱萸、山药、白芍药和酸枣仁, all those are in nourishing herbs, and 酸枣仁 especially goes to nourish the heart. 白芍 usually goes to nourish the liver. And also we have chai hu here to soothe the liver qi. And then we have dangui shen. Dangui shen is more nourishing the blood. If it's dangui, the tail of the dangui usually move the blood, but this is body of the dangui, so it's more nourishing the blood. And you have shan yao is also nourishing the yin. You have mudan peas to clear that heat, possibly caused by the liver insufficiency. You have zi xie, is trying to promote urination together with the zhizi to get rid of the heat through the urination. So you've already, because of liver insufficiency, you have that liver wind is disturbing, internal wind comes up, then you want to use goten, 刺激力和视觉明 to subdue the internal wind. If you already, because the insufficiency, you have the empty heat, and you want to add the yin chai hu, the bai wei, to clear the empty heat, the mai men tong, to nourishing the yin. And if liver insufficiency cause irregular menstruation, and then you want to add the shang fu, which is the qi movement herbs to work on the lower jiao, and you can use zelan and yimu cao, which are blood moving herbs as well here. Okay, so the last one is insomnia. So the insomnia, the symptoms we have is quite straightforward. Insomnia refers to the inability to have normal sleep. It's on page 128, including difficulty in falling asleep, inadequate sleep, difficulty staying asleep, or being awake all night in several cases. Severe cases, there may be a form of a neurosis in Western medication. So insomnia, the organ related is heart, and then is the primary organ. But the other organs can include affecting, it can be spleen, stomach, can be liver, and it can be kidney, especially if there's close relationship between heart and kidney. So now let's go to the etiology and the pathogenesis for insomnia. So big part, etiology, diet. Because diet can affect the function of
spleen and stomach, and we, in Chinese medicine, we have saying that if there's disharmony in the middle jaw, you don't have a good sleep at night. And then
Can you
you'll
repeat
be,
that? Sorry, because that sounded interesting.
so if you don't have a harmonized the middle jaw, like it means stomach, spleen, you won't have a harmonized sleep. And then the third part is overtired body. It can be some, if you find sometimes you have a big meal, you won't be able to.
Oh yeah, true. But I was having liver.
So instead of stomach, perfect, that food is stuck there. And then it's after chronic sickness or just basically old age. That's the etiologies usually is related to the insomnia. Can I write that up? So the pathogenesis is overthinking and work can damage on your spleen. And when you spleen, your qi and blood is deficient. And that cannot nourish the heart. Okay, then if you have a weak constitution, or you after sickness, your kidney becomes deficient. And then your kidney, especially your yin, can't nourish the heart anymore. Then it becomes heart as a fire. And that also can cause insomnia. Or your diet, as we said, that damage.
Here in the book, it's got heart gallbladder deficiency, not heart kidney.
Sorry?
In this book, it says heart gallbladder, not heart kidney deficiency.
There's in communication, heart and kidney. Like I'll cover that later.
Okay.
Yeah, so diet, it damages the spleen. It damages the spleen, you can have a food stagnation. And you have a dampness. And that also can affect your heart. Or you have anger, you have fright. All those emotions cause improper qi flow, got disturbed.
So what I've always seen is people with alcohol, people who drink
Then
alcohol, and the liver gets affected and they wake up through the night.
Yes, that can be as well. Yes, that would be the emotion, right? The anger that goes to the liver. Yeah. So that's basically are the pathogenesis of this. So we quickly go through the. Let me go move the PowerPoint. Okay, so we have different, for the principal points that we use the Shenben is heart 7, Yuan prime point, the pericardium 6, and you have the Sishentong, which is the ones around, it's 4 directions around the do 20, and you have Zhao Hai. You have Shenmai, these are the points we talked about, it's confluent for the Yin Chao and the Yang Chao, that control the opening close of the eyes. You have extra point Anmian, those are good to generally points to treat insomnia. So the different differentiation is you first have deficiency of heart and spleen. So deficient heart and spleen, so is on page 127. So your point you add on extra points of heart is spleen basically. Okay, the symptoms you will have insomnia, particular difficult falling asleep, dream disturbed sleep, palpitation, anxiety, forgetfulness, poor memory, dizziness, fatigue, and you can have a pale complexion, and you have a pale white tongue, and your pulse is thready and weak. In here, the formula we use is Gui Pi Tang, which we talked about earlier.
So it's formula. It's on page 134. So the Guipitam, basically, qi tonify, add blood in tonify herbs and add on the one nourishing the heart. If it's a severe blood deficiency, then you can add the ejiao. If you have a severe insomnia, you can add the yejiao和合欢皮柏子仁. If because of the deficiency cause you have the stuffiness, fullness in the chest, you can add the argentam, 半夏、陈皮、茯苓、甘草. So the second type is 心胆气虚, the deficiency of the heart qi and the gallbladder qi. Acupuncture is 127. And so the points we added on the back shu of heart and back shu of gallbladder. So the symptoms, the differentiation for the heart and the gallbladder qi deficiencies, you have insomnia, frequently wake up, and anxiety and palpitation, shortness of breath, fatigue, spontaneous sweating, and easily the distinguishing part is patient easily got frightened or startled. And it's very hard for them to make a decision, because the gallbladder is helping us to make the decision. And the tongue could have a pale body with thin white coating, and the pulse can be wiry and thready. In this formula, we use 安神定制丸和酸枣仁汤. So this is on page 134. And so we use herbs to nourish, tonify the qi and nourish the yin, and also we use heavy mineral herbs to grasp that, to calm the mind and to promote that sleep. So basically you have 党参 is qi promoting, and you have 酸枣仁五味子 also nourishing the yin, and you have 远志和石菖蒲, those two herbs goes to the heart channels to go into the orifice, open the heart. And you have 生龙骨、生牡蛎, and those are heavy mineral herbs which can grasp we said the shen, the mind, and calm them down. And if you still have easily started, then you can add on the 子时 as well. So the third one is 心肾不交, the imbalances between heart and the kidney. Acupuncture is 127. 127. So basically in this forms, you add on a kidney 3, and you add on the back shu of heart, right? And you also can add pericardium 8 if there's a lot of heart fire rising up with that insomnia. And you can add on the back shu of the pericardium as well, UB14. So for the formula, we are using a 天丸补心丹和朱砂安神丸. So the formula is not listed. Interesting. So in this formula, it's 天丸补心丹 is a lot of, we mentioned this formula before, it's a lot of nourishing herbs, also nourishing the heart to calm the mind, and also has especially herbs like 远志 to communicate with the heart channel, and sometimes even have the zhu sha, the cinnabaris to, we believe nowadays we don't use it because it's toxic, but in old China we use this zhu sha to calm the mind, to clear that heat in the heart channel. And the fourth one is the liver qi stagnation turning into fire. So acupuncture is on page 124. So in this case, it has a fire, so we add on the liver 2 and gallbladder 43, both in spring points to clear the heat. And to clear the heat from the liver and gallbladder channel. And so the symptoms you would have is you have difficulty falling asleep and depressions. You have frontal or temporal headache, and it's hypochondrial tension, frequent signing, PMS, and alternative constipation and diarrhea. And your tongue can be pale red with the coating, thin white coating. Your pulse is wiry. If it becomes in a fire already, so your tongue coating can have a slight yellow on it. So with the formula, we're using the 龙感泻肝汤. So the formula is on page 132. So 龙感泻肝汤, in this we use 龙胆草 to really clear that liver heat. 黄芩, 栀子, all these are heat clearing herbs, and with the chai hu to soothe the liver. And also we add a dangui and shendi huan to nourish the blood, nourish the yin, because of the characteristic of the liver. Not only you disperse the stagnated liver qi, you have to nourish it as well. In this case, we added the mu chong and the 车前子和泽泻 to drain the heat through urination. And we add the longgu and mu li to really use those heavy minerals to grind that hyperactive escaping fire. So if you have like really stagnated qi and you signs a lot, you can add xiangfu和郁金. It's qi moving herbs. If you have a dizziness and constipation, and you can use Shen Da Huang to really promote that bowel movement to get rid of that constipation. The next one is internal disturbance of phlegm heat. And this one on page 127. So with the herbs we add on, because they're phlegm heat, so we add stomach 40 to disperse the phlegm and stomach 44 to clear the heat. With that phlegm heat, clinical feature, insomnia, fitful sleep with a lot of dreaming, irritability, restlessness, heavy headache, a woolly headache, and fullness and discomfort in the chest, poor appetite, belching, acid reflux, bitter taste in mouth, nausea, vomiting. This too really indicates the phlegm heat. And your tongue body is greasy coating, but the coating is yellow. Your tongue could be red, and your pulse is wiry, slippery, and can be rapid. And the formula we're using is the 温党汤. Again, this formula we mentioned before, and it is on page 133. So with the 温党汤, modified 温党汤, we use 黄连, we use 栀子, clear the heat in the upper jaw, and we use 炙半夏, 竹茹和炙壳 to descend that dampness, use the descend the qi. And also we use 陈皮, it's aroma, qi moving herbs to harmonize the qi of the middle jaw. And because now we're talking about your lack of sleeping, insomnia, is we will use the danshen, especially goes to heart channel to clear the heat in the heart, is disturbing the heart. And yuanzhi, in this case, also communicate with the heart, open the orifice, promote sleeping. And you add a shen qu to help the digest of food, just in case there is stagnation of food. And 大枣和甘草 basically harmonize in the middle jaw. If you're really severe insomnia, palpitation, we can add the 珍珠母和磁石, those heavy minerals to calm, really grind your mind. If you have constipation, it's 大黄 or 槟榔 or 枳实, 玄参, those are good, can promote bowel movement. If you have food stagnation, then you use 鸡内金 or 焦山楂. The next one is the 6, disharmony between and spleen and stomach. So this on page 127. So in order to treat these symptoms, then we add gongsun because it's confluent of chongmai, so we want to descend that rebel qi and down, and also use the lower hersi of stomach 36, to promote that harmony between spleen and stomach. And your formula uses 森林白术含香砂养胃丸。Just if there's anything. So basically, for this, in these symptoms with insomnia, you have a lot of digestion problems, like lack of appetite, and you feel really bad digestion, and you feel like distended after eating, a lot of belching, and could be you have acid reflux in this case, and so you want use formula the 参苓白术散 to tonify the middle jiao, and use 木香和砂仁 this pungent aroma qi moving herbs to move the middle jiao to promote a better ascending of spleen and descending of stomach qi. The 7th is hyperactive heart fire. So this is on your acupuncturist 127. In this case, to clear the heat from the heart channel, you use pericardium 8. You use heart 9. You use small intestine 1 to clear the heat. They're all doing well in spring points. This one uses small intestine because it's externally related to heart. That's why you use small intestine 1 to clear the heat. And for the clinical features, it will be insomnia, frequent waking up with nightmares, restlessness, agitation, palpitation, thirst with a desire for cold foods, bitter taste in the mouth because you have heat, and it can be mouth and tongue ulcers, especially tongue, because we said the tongue is a sprout of the heart, right? And then red complexion, concentrated painful urination. Tongue can be red with a red tip and yellow coating, and pulse can be full and rapid. So in this case, the formula we're using is 朱砂安神王. So we're looking at page 132 for the herbs. But because we're not using 朱砂 anymore, it's a toxic mineral. So basically, here we use 黄连, 栀子黄芩 to clear the heat from the heart channel. If we don't use the 朱砂安神丸, we can use the 黄连解毒汤 as well. So you can use 黄连, 黄芩, 栀子, all of this to clear the heat. Even use 淡竹叶 to clear the heat and also bring the heat, heart heat from the small intestine, and you can urinate it out. And then you can add the 莲子心和灯心草. Those are all clear the heat and heart. And if you feel oppression in the chest, you can use the 淡豆豉和猪乳 to alleviate the symptoms. So the last, the next one is 阴虚火旺. It's number 8. It's hyperactive fire due to indeficiency on page 127. So in order for this to treat stress that's indeficiency, we add on spleen 6 and kidney 3. They are both very good in tonifying in tonifying herbs. So with this in tonify herbs, the symptoms we have with indeficiency, it could be insomnia, difficult fall asleep, indeficiency, irritability, quick temper, and could be with the dry throat and thirst. You can have night sweats and dry eyes. You have palpitation. Your tongue is red with thin or even no coating and dry coating, and your pulse can be wiry, thready, and rapid. And we are treating this symptoms with the 六味地黄丸和黄连阿胶汤. So you can see this at page 133 when we're talking about the herb formula. So 六味地黄丸 basically is a kidney in tonified herbs. The 黄连阿胶汤 is usually use 黄连 to clear the heat in the heart and 阿胶 to nourish the blood. And you add a lot of like 麦门冬、天门冬、玄参, 酸枣仁, all this in tonified herbs to nourish the heart in. And you add the dangui to nourish the heart blood, and you have danshen is also a herb goes to the heart channel, and this one to can cool the blood, also move the blood. If you due to that heat, you have nocturnal emission, and you can use a 肉桂和黄连 to commute the heart and the kidney. If you have constipation, and you can add 知母和首乌. And if you have like severe insomnia, again, you can add those heavy minerals such as 龙骨牡蛎和磁石, and use those herbs to ground your mind, to calm your mind, so you're not have that severe restlessness in your mind that you could not sleep. But all those heavy herbs like the bone, the dragon bone, and the oyster shell, and the magnetic stones, and you have to pre-cook them for at least 20 to half an hour to add other herbs in. And that is today. Any questions?